Tuesday, December 3rd, 2024. This is the regular meeting of the Marina City Council. And we will start with a roll call, please, Anita.
Councilmember McAdams.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Biala.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Visser.
Here.
Mayor
Thank-
Delgado.
Thank you. First, city attorney, do we have any changes to the closed session agenda?
There are no changes to the closed session agenda.
Okay, we'll open it up to the public. See nobody in the room. Nobody on Zoom, I think. No. Okay, so we'll close public comments. And we will go out to our closed session and we will reconvene here in this room at 6:30 p.m. First, there will be a reception starting at 6 p.m. to celebrate the re-election of Councilmember Kathy Biala and the election of Councilmember Jenny McAdams, or re-election. She was appointed earlier this year. And we'll also celebrate all the committee and commission members. So we hope to see you here at 6 and then at 6:30 for the regular meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for being here. This is a very special evening, a very celebratory evening. Marina is a city definitely on the move with so much going on, but all this can only happen if there's people behind it. And tonight we're going to be recognizing some special people that go above and beyond to help our city by representing us in official capacities and also volunteering unofficially, day in and day out on the streets. And that adds up to a lot of benefit that we all in Marina get from these people that we'll be recognizing. But we're going to start with a moment of silence, followed by the pledge. And before I get ahead of myself, let us remember that we just came from closed session at 5 o'clock, and our city attorney's role here to start off is to summarize closed session for us. And his name is Rene Ortega. Thank you, Rene.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, there were no reportable actions taken in closed session. Thank you.
All right. And some folks you might not hear about tonight are our fire chief, Doug McCowan, our human resources director, Belinda Valera, our city executive administrator, Syra Tori Kaburian. Thank you. Our director of community development department, Guido Persicone, our newest Boy Scout, Randy Hopkins, also serves as our fire chief and police chief. So sorry, Doug is our fire chief. Randy Hopkins is our police chief. They did not switch uniforms tonight. And newest member to our director's team
is Ishmael Hernandez, and we'll introduce him later on today.
So Ishmael is our director of public works. Big job. And back in the corner, we have Tori, who is our finance director, and her last name, Hannah. Tori Hannah is our finance director. And next to her is one of our top police officials, Commander Cox. Fantastic. He's got a law degree. He knows what he's doing. He's great for the city. And next to him, we have our Recreation and Cultural Services Director, Andrea Willard, who's doing amazing things this year, last year, and the year to come. It's great stuff coming. Thank you, Andrea, for all you do. And then on the dais, we also have our city manager, Lane Long, along with our city council members that you probably all know. All right, so we've already done roll call. So at this time, we'll rise for a moment of silence, and then Paul Chang, our planning commissioner, is going to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Paul. Okay, so at this time, I think we're going to turn it over to our city clerk to adopt, to do our canvassing of our general election, which happened almost a month ago. And her name is Anita Shepard Sharp, and she's been with our city for 22 years, 27 years. She stopped aging about 5 years ago.
Okay. Well, as you know, November 5th, 2024, we had the general municipal election to elect council member for District 2, council member for District 3, and to pass Measure U. As of earlier this evening, we finally received Exhibit A, which is the certification from the County Elections Department. So it's placed on your dais. It's also in the back of the room in the binders. So let's go. For District 2, total number of registered voters was 3,730. Total votes cast was 2,031 for Kathy Biala. So that was for District 2. For the office of District 3, there were a total of 3,467 registered voters for that district. Total number of votes cast was 2,381. Jenny McAdams received 1,289 votes, receiving a 54.14%. Michael Mueller received 1,092 votes with a 45.86%. The persons receiving the highest votes will be sworn in as our council members for District 2 and 3.
Congratulations, Jenny.
And that would be Kathy. That would be Kathy Biala for District 2, Jenny McAdams for District 3. For the votes for Measure U, the Marina 911 Emergency Response Safety Essential Services and Facility Measure, there was a total of 13,035 registered voters for the city of Marina. Total votes cast were 9,083. The yes votes had it at 5,449 with 59.99%. The no votes were 3,632 with a 40.01%. For Measure U, we needed 67% of the registered voters, or 2/3 of the votes for this measure to pass. Therefore, the yeses had it, but this measure did not pass. So that is my report. I'm seeking approval for canvassing the election. And that's it.
And how do we do that?
Vote. Make a motion to.
Would someone like to make a motion to adopt the resolution before us canvassing the election?
Can I ask a quick question before we do that? To the city clerk, I'm just noticing on the county website that Measure U now has 60% and one extra vote. Is that just maybe a reflection of one vote that they figured out since the time that
Yes.
this came in? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And it's good to point out that 60% can be considered a landslide or a mandate if it was any other election. And so the citizens did, in the majority, very well support Measure U, but it needed 67%. So it won't be implemented. The school district also had a bond on the same ballot, and it also got approximately 60%, but it only needed 55% to pass. So it will be implemented. So I want to thank the staff and the consultants and everyone that worked hard for Measure U, and I hope that we have a plan B to continue to get those facilities that we so much we need. But yeah, Measure U, we did very well, but we just couldn't reach that 67%. It's hard these days to get 7 out of 10 people to agree on anything. And even harder when you're asking them to spend more money. But we did pretty well, and we hope that next time we'll do a little bit better and get to the finish line. Who would like to make that motion to adopt the resolution canvassing that election?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Mayor, that we adopt the resolution canvassing the November 5th, 2024 general municipal election of the city of Marinas, and swear in Councilmember-elect Kathy Biala and Councilmember-elect Jenny McAdams.
I'd like to second.
Okay, and we'll do the swearing in just a moment. Okay. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. So that motion passes 5-0. And thanks again to Kathy and Jenny, and we'll say a few words about you in just a moment. Okay. So Kathy, if you could come up front, we're going to swear in District 2 City Council Member-elect Kathy Biala. We'll drop the word elect after she's sworn in. So if you could meet me downstairs, Kathy. Okay. It's kind of hard to do Kathy justice because Kathy has put her heart and soul into Marina,
Everyone in this room knows Kathy. And those of you who don't, I hope you get to know her better. But those of you that know Kathy know how she goes all out on everything that she touches. She has to get an A+. She has to be stressed to the max. It is so important. Everything is so important. See, she will give her all, and she will try to others to give their all to whatever needs to be done because she's all in. And she was a major player in the closure of the Senate, which had been here for 106 years. It seemed like it was too big to fail. It was too big to close, too big to take down. And Kathy was our leader on the city's perspective, and she garnered support from other organizations, other cities, nonprofit organizations, mental groups, other citizen groups, or the glue that brought them together, and the cheerleader to give them the so that we can, and we can do it. A lot of people think we could do it. We knew it was important, but how do you blow Cemex sand that's been here, one of the biggest cities in the world, multinational, and we're a little city. And so she worked very closely with our city manager and our city staff, and they found a way for the Coastal Commission, the State Lands Commission, and other community organizations to stand as one and do whatever each had to do in their respective roles to force the closure of that sand mining plant, which is the last remaining sand plant on the coast of the United States. And now, in large part, due to Kathy's efforts. She was the grassroots leader, started with nothing at scratch, and she almost single-handedly, though she did have some significant help, but she was the leader of Citizens for Just Water, because Cal-Am had us under their boot, and they were going to do, and they are part of the largest water company in the world. And so we had just won a battle with Cemex, and Kathy just pivoted to a battle with an even called Cal-Am. Also, there's Tennessee Am, Kentucky Am, but they're based out of New Jersey. They're connected to American Water Works, which is the largest water company in the nation. So she was instrumental in pulling people from all different cultures together to show that we not want Cal-Am to damage our water and leave us for it. She organized groups. She wrote scripts, arguments against Cal-Am. She attended many farmers markets from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And beyond to get everyone together to basically oppose what Cal-Am wanted to do. That battle is not over. Maybe we're in the last. The city has spent nearly $13 million fighting Cal-Am, but on the public side of the ledger, it's been Kathy leading that effort for our city, much like she did for Cemex. And she's not done with it now because we're not done with that issue yet. And this Friday, State Lands Commission is coming. And once again, Kathy came out of dormancy on this issue. Even though she said, I'm done working hard on this issue, it came back to Marina, and now she just jumped to lead people to get ready for Friday when there's State Lands Commission, that issue. She created, she thought of, and pushed it through a sister city program with Korea's Namwon City of Love and with Japan's city of Izuno-Kuni. She organized the people to reach out to those countries. She organized those countries to come here with a delegation. She organized us to go to Korea earlier this year with our delegation. She organized us to go to Japan next year after they came this year. With Japan, she organized a high school to high school connection. So our high school kids are talking to Izuno-Kuni's high school on Zoom, learning about each other's culture for that cultural exchange. It's a beautiful exchange. It's a beautiful program with kids, and that was Kathy's idea. And with the great help of Kyle Van Zant, the vice principal of City Council of Marina High School, she has put together a wonderful program that continues this year. She contributed to the Downtown Vitalization Special Plan, Downtown Vitalization Specific Plan, sorry. So what that meant, again, is she tried to bring in all to participate. She tried to represent those people who are not normally represented in the process, don't normally come to our meetings. So she was trying to get all ages, all cultures into this process. Did a really good job. And so she really gave her all in that process. She's been involved with Measure U as a leader. Like I say, it didn't get implemented, but it got and I'm sure she'll be a leader in Plan B, the next take in that direction. She has given free toys to all people, all children who come to our Earth Day. So she just took the initiative of bringing Earth-friendly toys to Earth Day. So every kid that walks away from Earth Day, whether there are 100 kids or more, they have a good prize, a good toy, not just a pencil, but a soccer ball or a puzzle or something like that that they really treasure. So at every turn, she's inserted herself into the process. She started by saying she did not want to be on the Planning Commission. When she was on the Planning Commission, she said she would never run for City Council. When she was on City Council, she said she would never run for re-election. And now she's saying she will never be mayor. So those are sort of the official and unofficial she's taken on. Some of them are others, but also the other side of the coin is that she has integrity and the most honesty and the most love in serving our community. And those of you that know her well know that to be true. And so from a personal perspective and a city representative perspective, she is just golden and a real superstar. So thank you, Kathy, for everything you brought to our city. Okay, so now Kathy has a 10-minute speech. Then we're going to swear in.
Should I do that now? Bringing tears to my eyes here. First, I wanted to thank my husband, who couldn't be here today for health reasons, but he has always been the quiet support of everything that I have done in my 33 years of marriage. He never discouraged me from running for public office and never tried to talk me out of a second term, knowing all that I'd been gone through in the last 4 years. But I have a surrogate family here in Marina now, and they have all graciously come to be that family for me today. And so I wanted to introduce them. First, Youngsu Oh, can you come up here with me? And Dongjun Cho, Jiwa Zhao, and Mary Holland, May, where's May? Oh, May Holland Dungo, and Mo He. And I just wanted to say, Mo, would you come up here too? I may actually get to be related directly to Mo as my primary family if things go well with the marriage in the near future. So this might be one of my real Korean family members. And I wanted to thank all of you for being here for me today. Oh, and And I also want to thank Lang Long, our city manager up here. And he has allowed me and helped me to fit to this challenging role of a council member. I want to make sure that everybody sees you. His amazing knowledge base. He has so many facts in his head from long time ago to now, and his careful advice to me always, and his kind and professional demeanor has made my time on the city council worthwhile and enjoyable. So thank you very much, Lane. And Bruce probably knows me best of all my political realm. And he and I have weathered so many difficult council issues together, including a critical vote that we were on opposite sides of. And that too has made us not take each other for granted and affirm our mutual respect as independent thinkers. I'm so honored to have worked with you in council because of your dedication, your intelligence, and your experience as our mayor for 12 years or more. 12? 16. All right, 16 years as our mayor. And also, I want to thank my wonderful colleagues on the dais. You will never find a group like we are. The five of us are all intelligent, committed, and we are kind and respectful. There it goes. Okay, so I feel very, very honored and privileged to work with this group of 5 people, making important decisions for the future of Marina. So thank you all very much, and my family, my special family.
Oh, yeah. Our city attorney is the most
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, this is the oath of office. I, Kathy Ayeko Biala,
I, Kathy Ayako Biala,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies,
and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies,
this isn't easy, you know, foreign and domestic, that I bear truth, faith, and allegiance
that I bear truth, faith, and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations, Kat. Ladies and gentlemen, for another 4 years, Kathy Biala. Okay, our next star, Councilmember Jenny McAdams of District 3, is going to get the oath and some words of appreciation from our wonderful District 4 County Supervisor, Board Supervisor member, Wendy Rudaskew. Thank you, Wendy, for being here always whenever we need you or want you. And thank you for being such a great friend and supporter to Jenny McAdams.
All right. Well, it's never easy to follow in the footsteps of our mayor, you guys. And congratulations on your reelection, Kathy, and thank you for your service. And to everyone in Marina, it's an honor to be a resident here in Marina and to call this my home. But Jenny, congratulations on your, initial election here in Marina. And to the City Council, I think you made a great selection when you chose, among all of those who applied for the vacancy, Jenny clearly was a great pick, and I think has proven herself to be a worthy representative of our community here in Marina. And clearly the voters made their selection this round when they had the opportunity to choose. So I know Jenny as a friend. I've known Jenny as a colleague. I know Jenny as a fellow mom of a school-age kiddo. Also as a mom, I think it's important that we have leadership on our city council that represents our community. Jenny's a renter here in Marina, and I know Jenny to be someone who cares so deeply about our residents, about those who are in our sandwich generation, who are both raising their own families while caring for their own parents. And Jenny, you represent all that is good and pure and true about the Marina that I know and love, and that I'm so proud to be raising my own family in. So I know that you haven't had the opportunity to be a part of all of the big battles that Marina's fighting, as Kathy has been, but I know that we've got some really big challenges ahead of us, and I feel very confident that with the team that we have in place here on council with you on it, that we're going to be prepared to represent the diversity of Marina well, and to protect the diversity of Marina well into the future, regardless of what that future might have in store for us. So with that, I will see if you have any comments, and then we can swear in. Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. Sorry, I do have. So I just, first off, I'm honored that you're here to swear me in, especially being a mom and working with you in your office. I have learned so much from you, Wendy. I mean, just having tough conversations and being able to be uncomfortable, but still gracious and communicating to people and to really, really deeply care and deeply listen. And so I am just beyond honored for you to be here tonight. I feel like this is really full circle. The colleagues up here, you immediately embraced me and welcomed me. And I just feel like we are a rock star team, which is why, initially when I was appointed, I was like, okay, I could do this for a few months. That's fine. And then, to run and to be elected and to be able to be working with you for another 2 and 4 years is really my privilege and honor. I am so grateful. I just feel like we have this synchronicity and this gift right now. And so I'm very grateful that I get to continue to stay and work with all of you, and especially the staff. The staff at the City of Marina is incredible. I mean, they are just a strong and mighty, fearless team. I say that probably every council meeting, and I'm always thinking staff. You guys just are incredible. You do so much, and you're you are a very small staff, and we are the biggest growing, thriving, flourishing city, and you guys all rock it. And so I also, of course, have to thank my family. My dad is here, my son is here, my partner's here. And without their support, especially as women working, doing all the things, and also serving your community, you have to have a village behind you to be successful and to get the 50 pounds of laundry done every week. No. And of course, the voters and the community. I understand, I am new to Marina. I served in Pacific Grove. I'm an anomaly, and I get that. But, for the voters to believe in me and also embrace me, and this community to be so welcome, it really is just a deep privilege to be able to serve. And so I'm very grateful, and I will serve with integrity. You will always hear back from me. Please email, call me. I'm accessible, transparent, and something that I took away from both Supervisor Askew and Supervisor Parker is we might not always be aligned, but I will always have a conversation with you. And that is something that I took away from your office that will always stay with me. So thank you for that.
Good. All right. Do you want to? Yeah, let's just go with you. A lot of things. We know that it is a family affair. Yeah. And before we do this, I just want to say, thank you for being brave, because it does take a lot of bravery to put yourself out in this way. And it's not always easy. And I think given what we've watched transpire in both federal and local elections, one of the things I'm really proud of Marina is that we have remained so civil, both as council and as a public in our elections, and that we can continue to be brave enough to have difficult conversations and brave enough to disagree while remaining agreeable. And that's something that I'm really proud of. So thank you for being brave and continuing to represent the best of us. So, okay, are you ready for this? Repeat after me. I, Jenny McAdams, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, and that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties which I will. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we were just giving thanks to Councilmember Jenny McAdams, and we've not done before what we're going to do now. And that was Jenny's initiative to say, hey, tonight's a great night to say thank you to the unsung heroes that sit on our commissions as volunteers and give a lot to our city. And so starting off, I'd like to call up any tree committee members that might be in the audience. And if you're not here, I still want to say that we appreciate Jackie Gardner, Jeff Markham. I don't see Jeff here. Judith Elvira. She's not here tonight.
Greg Simmons has been on the tree committee for quite a while. So thank you to the tree committee. They take on in their agendas all things doing related to trees. And the trees are a really important part of our town, any town. So thank you to the tree committee. And then we also have a Public Works Commission. They review proposals that have to do with buildings, street modifications, and you might think some of the more boring things, but those more boring things are the infrastructure of our community. So our public buildings and our public streets and some of our public projects, we thank them for being involved. Jusik Choi is on our Public Works Commission. Come on up, Jusik. And Jusik, when he interviewed, he let us know his history in Korea, serving in the Korean Army, and he came to America. He loves his country, and he wants to give back. And this is one way he decided to give back. Stephen Hunt, I don't see you in the audience, but Steve is a great guy on our Public Works Commission. And Jamie, are you here tonight? Come on up, Jamie. Jamie Schrabeck, when she interviewed, it was, this lady is powerful, this lady is intelligent, we need her on any commission. But she was applying for the Public Works Commission. They haven't had a lot of meetings since then, and so I'm really happy that she's still with us because she has a lot to give. We just need to demand more of her, and so I hope that that's coming. And that's finally Stephen Rowland. Are you here? Stephen, thank you for being here. And why don't you each just take 15 seconds to say why you want to serve the city?
I have the free time, I have the interest, I've been a resident for 12 years, and I'm very anxious to participate, make things better.
I don't have the free time, but I'm going to make it.
Same here. I have some free time, but I'm gonna make our community better for everyone. Thank you.
All right, Council, can you come on down and take a photo with these three leaders of our community? Okay, we're going to turn it over to the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission. And again, Jenny McAdams will be here because she is the liaison from council. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, the Recreation and Cultural Services. Is it okay? Or do you want to swap? Thank you. So we have been doing so much good work in the city as far as investing in parks, our recreation programming. You can register online now. There's so many great things. The senior programming has expanded. Our summer camps this year, staff did something a little different, but there was like slime making and all kinds of fun stuff. So this team, and I think is only Lisa here? Yes? Well, come on up, Miss Lisa.
That's all right.
Who is chair, who does a great job as chair. So here you are. Thank you very much for your service. Do you want to say anything? No. No, she doesn't want to say anything. That's fine. But then also we have Sheila Baker, Mia Nguyen, and Sean Adams. So those are the other commissioners, and you meet quarterly. And yeah, so, and the next meeting is, okay, great, perfect, yes. So,
Councilmember McAdams, I have a question for Lisa. Lisa, what was it like being part of the pump track development?
it's gonna make me talk.
And how long did it take?
Probably about 12 years. My husband is an avid mountain biker. I got involved with mountain biking. I did race for a few years, and he wanted to do a pump track. And he came to the city council probably 12 years ago asking to do a pump track. And we spent a lot of time finding a place, waiting, finding a place, waiting. It just seemed like it took a really long time. But I learned a lot about the process, and that's kind of how I ended up on this commission, because I was really surprised at how much work it went into getting something built.
And even though my son left, I know he would love to say thank you. Because him and his friends love the pump track. So, but I think that that's a great story and connection about finding what you're passionate about and how you can apply it and help the city and make that come true. So thank you so much for your service.
Yeah, come on back, Lisa. Let's get that photo, council. Lisa, do you want to give one more speech? And I have to give one more plug to Lisa. She was smart enough to bring her family of 12 here to eat for free on Thanksgiving, right across the street. They didn't shop, buy, cook, or clean. Instead, they were served a free feast on Thanksgiving. And everyone has the same opportunity because our staff, Dre and Tila, and Andrea and others put together a feast for 500 with many volunteers. And they're going to deja vu repeat it Sunday, December 22nd, right across the parking lot from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Everyone is welcome to a free community feast. They'll probably add ham to the turkey dinner, and there'll be all the desserts you can eat and great music, all for free. So just come and enjoy with the rest of the community. It's a wonderful opportunity and experience. And Lisa was smart enough to take advantage of it with her entire extended family. So thank you, Lisa. Okay, we're going to turn it over. This is our last act for Kathy Biala, who is the liaison for the Planning Commission. Thank you again, Jenny, for recognizing all the commissioners making this happen today.
So we have 7 commissioners for the Planning Commission, and it's a very important commission for the city of Marina. And as the liaison, both Bruce and I have interviewed for the positions, and so we know intimately all of you who are on the commission, and we want to give our sincere appreciation for everything you've done. I attend the Planning Commission meetings online because I'm the liaison, and I will tell you, and I've said this in public, every time an issue comes before our Planning Commission, I am so impressed by our commission because you are all so thorough. You are really serious about it, getting down to the bottom of every single detail. And so I know that when things are approved at your level, that you have done really incredible scrutiny and have thoughtful discussions among yourselves. And so I really say that we have probably one of the best commissions that I've ever seen in the history that I've been here. So thank you so much. So I want to say that whether it's property leases, I think we had one just recently, playground designs, closure of streets, development permits of all kinds, you guys have really done a great job in representing our city and making sure that it's the right thing for us. So I want to call up here our esteemed planning commissioners, Galia, Barron, Audra Walton.
All right, Audra.
Victor Jacobson.
Victor.
Surinder Rana.
All right.
Richard St. John. Oh, I haven't seen him. Paul Chang.
Yay, Paul.
And last but not least, our current chair is Glenn Woodson. Thank you all so very much. Do you guys want to come down and take a picture? And afterward, they want to speak. I omitted that. Okay. Any of you would like to say anything to the public?
I'm not going to use the mic. Oh, I will because I'll get in trouble from Guido if I don't use the mic. The only thing I really want to say was to everybody who's never been to a planning commission, you should really come. They're exciting. There are many seats available. We will always seat you. And we actually have real conversation pieces on very important pieces of legislature and things that come before the city before they get to the city council. And that's really what I wanted to say. And I wanted to thank not only the current commissioners, but also Nancy Amadeo, who is not here, who's retired now. And also we have, obviously, Kathy, who was the one who strung on me into doing this a few years ago. And actually Brian also, who really was a mentor to me over time.
Well, I've been blessed in so many ways after moving here to America from Singapore. And when I first sit an interview with Kathy and Bruce, I know it's tough. You don't want to be questioned by them. And I think they asked me, why do I want to serve? I said, well, because I've been blessed here, so I think it's time to give back. And that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, in fact, I came to this country 25 years ago, and Marina has been home always. I never went from Marina, and I live here. And being part of the commission in the company of such wonderful people, as everyone has said, that it is our way of giving back. And I've seen Marina growing over a period of time, and it is an honor that we give this time and discuss these things from the citizens' perspective, and whatever difference we can make, and see that our coming generations have a city which they can be very proud of. And I'm very grateful to the group that I represent, and also to each one who participates in the discussions or the procedures that we go through. Thank you.
I just realized as we were standing here that I've been a resident of Marina for 25 years, which kind of surprised me, to tell you the truth. But I enjoy being on the commission. I've been on, this is my second term with a 1 year, missed out for 1 year, but I'm here now. And, it's just been a pleasure working with the staff, especially Guido and everybody there. I've never seen anything move so quickly and so efficiently and so professionally as is coming from Guido's shop right now. So I'd like to thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Jacobson, because you stole what I was going to say. Guido and the staff that work with us have been amazing. I was born here in Marina almost 50 years ago, right around the time that the city became incorporated. And I was raised in Seaside and then came back to Marina as an adult and raised my kids here. And I joined the Planning Commission primarily because there wasn't a Black American freedman, descendant of American chattel slavery, on the commission at the time. And I wanted to fulfill that because I wanted to make sure that my community was absolutely represented. So if you're out there, I don't know where the camera is, and you need to talk to somebody that looks like you, breathes like you, walks like you, talks like you, please reach out to me. My email is on the internet. on the city's website. And then I also want to thank this board, the city council, Lane Long. I appreciate you so very much. Can I just tell everybody how amazing Lane Long is and get you to just... Mr. Mayor and Kathy, Councilmember Biala, I appreciate you so very, very much for all of your mentorship and being there for me. Thank you all for being here tonight. Hope to see you at the next Planning Commission.
Well, this was not planned. I don't really speak in front of people. But this adventure began when I started to go to the library, to the park near the library, and plant stuff with Bruce. And that led to me meeting Kathy, and that led to meeting Brian, and then led to GPAC, and then led to Planning Commission. None of this was planned. None of this was expected. It just happened, and it's a fantastic experience. It's just, I'm learning so much while giving back. I feel I'm getting more than I'm giving, but hopefully it does something for the city as well. But this is a fantastic experience. I have to thank especially Brian, who is my mentor, and Guido as well, and Nick, who answers all my questions. And thank you all very much. It's been a really fantastic experience. I still have a lot to grow.
Thank you for all your service. Thank you so much.
Last hour was just an example of how Marina is the best place in the world to live, all things considered. It's not perfect, but no place is perfect. And I think Marina is the best place in the world that we could be. Tonight was just a little taste of that. So thank you everyone for being here tonight to share in what happened. I would like to make a motion that we move the consent agenda to the end of the meeting so we can get to other items quicker. If there would be a second, we could vote on that.
Second that.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. So we'll move now to the public. You each have up to 3 minutes if you'd like to speak. And we'll start with those of you who are in the chamber here. So if you're here and you want to speak, come on up to the podium, make sure the light's on. You have up to 3 minutes. Not seeing anyone rise, we'll look online. Tom Zahir Alice, we're going to go to you next. Let's see if we can just ask you to unmute. And Tom, you can speak to anything that's on the consent agenda or just anything that's on your mind that's not on tonight's agenda.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Fantastic. Good evening, council members. My name's Tom Zaharalis. I'm a Marina resident with a home on California Avenue. First, congratulations to the new city council members and the entire city staff for their hard work and dedication, making Marina a great city on the Monterey coast. Council members, I'm sharing my personal experience regarding the noise pollution caused by the Las Animas cement trucks barreling down California Avenue from 6 a.m. until 5:30 p.m. daily, except for Sunday. On top of the increased vehicle traffic on California Avenue, we must contend with the daily back and forth cement truck traffic traveling to the cement plant. There was no warning or discussion about California Avenue reopening at MGen. As you can imagine, it was a shock and disappointment that we were not communicated with in a timely manner. And I don't think you can truly appreciate the amount of noise given off by these large cement trucks until you're laying in bed at 6 a.m., awakened by the roar, whining, and rumbling of these heavy trucks lumbering down California Avenue so early in the morning. There's just something very wrong with approving a Class 8 severe duty cement truck that's operating this early in the morning in residential areas without regard for the residents who must live in this area starting at 6 a.m. This is not right. I know all of you on the city council would put a stop to this if it were affecting your family, your children, your solitude, and your mental health here in Marina. There needs to be a public discussion on ways to mitigate this noise pollution in our homes. It just can't be swept under the rug. This is a severe problem for all homeowners adjacent to Las Animas concrete. This invasive noise continues throughout the day without let up and affects all aspects of our lives, whether working or relaxing. The apprehension and anxiety created by this constant procession of loud and noisy trucks are overwhelming and require a solution. California Avenue residents should not be required to bear the burden of all these cement trucks, semi-trucks, for 4 years. I invite our council members to experience the deafening barrage of noises we experience every day in our house so that you can appreciate what we're going through. Then I personally believe you will understand the overwhelming amount of noise pollution we're experiencing with the opening of California Avenue at IMGen. I respectfully request that Las Animas lease not be renewed and that the month-to-month CUP be limited to at most 18 months. After this, Las Animas can begin its relocation by the end of 6 months, providing a full 2-year term. To expect California Avenue residents to put up with this disruptive noise long-term, which is 4 years total, is unacceptable. We need to find an acceptable solution quickly so we can all live in peace.
Thank you, Tom. I need to interrupt because your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, well, thank you for your time this evening, and I truly appreciate your consideration on this critical matter. Thank you.
And Tom, if you wrote that up, you can email it to the city, and all of us on city council can read it through to at the end.
You got it. I'll do that.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
Tom.
for your time.
You're welcome. Now we're going to move to Carol Eng. Welcome, Carol.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carol Eng. I love Marina and I love Marina people. I feel blessed to be living here among you nice folks in our beautiful space, and thank you, my neighbors. I also want to salute all councilmen, commissioners, and city employees for your service and contribution. Thank you. About our city, the council is going to vote soon on whether to give Las Animas Concrete a new lease to make cement in our beautiful city. The vote could be as early as next month in January. I think that if a new road cannot be created for the trucks to get in and out of the cement factory, then the city should not grant a new lease to Las Animas. This is because their huge industrial vehicles do not belong on California Avenue, in front of homes, and together with students on bicycles cycling to school at CSUMB. There is no bike path for them on California Avenue, hence the students cycle on the same road as the heavy trucks which go up and down every weekday. I understand that CSUMB also had some kind of objection to Las Animas and had submitted a letter to the Planning Commission previously. There is significant wear and tear. It's heavier wear and tear on the road from this one company's trucks, which means taxpayer dollars need to be spent to repair the damage from just one company. Las Animas is on the border of the dunes. Every dunes household pays a special tax every year for being in the dunes CFD or Community Facilities District created at the dunes. We pay this annual special tax in our property tax bill on top of regular taxes. This is for the maintenance of the neighborhood facilities such as the streets, lights, etc. From the document Resolution 2024-77 in July of this year, I calculated that the tax collections total nearly 1.9 million from the start in 2015 until the latest fiscal year 2024 to 25. I have two questions. Is California Avenue between IMGen and 8th Street being maintained under this Dunes special tax collections? Question 2, is this segment of California Avenue built to withstand the heavy loads of Las Animas trucks? May I have a answer here, and if that's not possible, via email, please? Would 1 week be sufficient for these two simple questions? Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Carol. And so whether the Dunes property taxes pay for the California Avenue between Imgen Parkway and 8th Street, we'll answer that question. And whether that road is built to sustain the trucks, we'll ask our staff, probably our city manager, to get back to you with that information. Thank you, Carol.
Okay.
Let's
hope
go to
get an
Carl
answer
next.
soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Carl.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor. I'm also wanting to address the Los Alamos and California Avenue. Reiterate what Carol has said, and I believe it was Tom in regards to the noise. I live right on California, and it is terrible. My bedroom window looks right onto California. The safety issue, of course, to reiterate that, seeing bikers and recreational vehicles going up and down the street, people walking their kids. It's pretty dangerous, in my opinion. Then there's also the speed coming down California. It is a hill, and coming from MGM, the cars get up to speed pretty rapidly coming down there. So I would like to have that addressed in regards to signage for speed restriction and possibly consideration of speed bumps to be installed. I would also like to recommend if Los Alamos is going to stay there, that they build the access road to MGM. Looking at it, probably would be only about 300 feet long. I would consider that maybe they would be willing to assist with the cost of that road, because it would save them a lot in fuel and maintenance costs because of the much shorter route to MGM. So if there's, I don't think there should be a lease granted to them if they're not going to have that access road built. Also, I do not think our special tax that we paid, as Carol said, should be used in repairing of street that as a main thoroughfare to the Los Alamos construction company. And that's all I have. Thank you very much for listening to my concerns.
All right, Carl. Thank you for your efforts to be with us tonight. And I think lastly, we'll go to Min C. Welcome.
Hello, okay. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, good evening, Mincy.
Hello, yes. This is Min Chan. I'm also a resident at the Dunes. I have a general question about speeds on some of the straighter, wider roads. That would be California Avenue and 4th Avenue. I've noticed that, just like Carl had said, people tend to speed, and I know that's just human nature, but yeah, I think we need to have clearer signs everywhere, and traffic mitigation, it's optional. The main reason is I'm also a cyclist, and I see a lot of students now cycling to the university, and I also see kids walking up and down the streets. So I know that signs have been put up, but there are not enough of them. We just need more. Also, the speeds also increase the noise in the neighborhood, as well as the trucks also. The cement trucks also increase speed, noise in the neighborhood. So that's the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Min, and thank you for coming to our meeting on this matter. Okay, so I think we've heard loud and clear from people like Carl and Min that we need more speed limit signs and a lot of other ideas that they had along with Carol and Carl. Okay, and Tom, thank you all. So we'll go ahead and close the public comment. And I'm sure our staff have those questions from Carol. And so we'll get those to you. We have some important people that we're happy to introduce. I'm going to turn it over to Andrea Willard, who's director of our Recreation and Cultural Services Department.
Thank you very much. Can I make a couple of announcements before I introduce my special people? First, thank you very much for the shout out for the Thanksgiving meal. That is a huge undertaking, all hands on deck. Really need to thank Ron Powell, who has taken the lead on that for years. We might get one more out of him before he retires. So we're already starting the transition plan. But he really takes that and runs with it. And Kona Jerry, who has been catering for us for the last few years, has just done a fantastic job, not only with the meal, but the presentation and the decorations and everything. So we actually served 575 meals that day. Over 300 were served in person at the community center. The others were distributed to the Veterans Center, to churches, to shelters. So people who couldn't quite make it to us, we were able to distribute almost 300 meals outside of the community center. So very proud of my team and the city as a whole. A lot of volunteers to make it happen. So thank you for recognizing that. Our next wonderful event is coming up this Friday. It's the annual holiday tree lighting, which is co-sponsored with the Marina Foundation and the city. The lights are up and beautiful and show up on Friday night and you'll see them turn on. There's going to be hot cocoa and apple cider and cookies, and there may be a drive-by visit by a certain couple. And so it's going to be a really, really fun night. I hope everyone can make it out to that. And then again, as the mayor mentioned earlier, our holiday dinner and Winterfest is Sunday the 22nd from 1 to 4. Again, we expect to feed 300, 400, 500 people on that day. So if you haven't signed up to volunteer yet, please sign up or just come join us and have a good time. Okay. And now I want to bring up Tila Bell. I think I had been here maybe 3 days and somebody said, the next time you have a full-time position, you have to hire Tila Bell. And I said, why? And they said, she's amazing. She grew up here in Marina. She was a participant at our youth center, a participant at our teen center, and she has been working with us part-time for almost 9 years. And we just hired her on full-time as a rec specialist, and she'll be overseeing our youth program. And I'd like to turn it over to you.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Andrea. It's been a pleasure working with you and up under you. Yes, I've had the pleasure of being with the city of Marina going on 9 years. Many more to come. I want to say thank you to everybody for this opportunity, and I promise you guys I won't disappoint.
And next, I'd like to bring up Andrea Diallo. She has agreed to go by Dre so that you guys don't get confused with the two Andreas. Dre also is a local, grew up on the peninsula, bounced around a little bit, spent some time in Marina and Seaside, Monterey. She's kind of been moving around, seeing where she wants to land. She comes to us from the city of Monterey. Yes, we stole her. She has 24 years experience working for Parks and Recreation for the city of Monterey, a variety of different roles and responsibilities, even did a small stint in Public Works when the sports center closed down during COVID. And so she's just has a wealth of experience, a diversity of experience. Dre is our recreation manager, which is a brand new position we brought on to help strengthen kind of our day in, day out operations, policies, procedures, direct oversight, because as you guys know, we have a few park projects going on, and I really need to focus my attention on the park projects and the sports and aquatic center and all of that fun stuff. And so Dre's going to come in and kind of oversee the day in, day out operation. And I'm going to turn it over to her.
Hey, Dre.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. I just want to say that everyone with the City of Marina, all of the staff,
all of the volunteers, all of the community members have been so welcoming to me. And I'm just really proud to join the City of Marina team. I feel like I'm in really good hands. I feel like I went from having one family to now I have a whole new adopted family. So thank you so much for how you've welcomed me. And I'm so proud of the team that I have. I mean, I'm just excited to learn and grow and help expand the foundation that's already been built. So thank you for everything. And I'm excited to be here.
Thank you.
And I want to pass on a quote I heard from a famous person a few days ago. It was, I just have to take a moment to take this all in because it's just so incredible to be here. This community is so warm and real. And that was by Dre at Thanksgiving dinner. I was paraphrasing, but it was very close to that. Yeah. Kathy, your lights on, did you? All right, so we're gonna move quickly now to the business of the night. Oh, yes. I'm gonna turn over to Lane.
Thank you, Mayor. There's one other new member here. I do want to comment about Tilia. I've been watching Tilia for a long time, and she is one of our rising stars, has been moving up in our program, and we're so excited that she's willing to take this huge step, replacing all of our activities at our community center here. And then Dre, I met her for the first time at a seminar, and she just blew me away. And I talked with Andrea. I said, okay, what do we got to do to get her over here to our city? And lo and behold, she finally made it here. So we're excited. The newest member is Ishmael will come up here. He has over 20 years experience in public works. The last, I think, almost 7 years as a public works director in both Madeira and then Dinuba before that. And as we went through our interview process, we had consultants that helped us in that process. And one of the things that stood out about Ishmael was just his personality and how well he works with people, and his experience and his passion for public works and his vast knowledge of infrastructure and projects. And we have so many projects going on, and he has just a ton of experience at managing and overseeing all these different road projects and building projects and parks projects. And so he was our top rated by far as we went through our process, and we're grateful that he's willing to leave Central Valley, the 120-degree heat, to come to a little coastal community here. But welcome to our team. And I'll turn the time over to you to tell us a little bit more about yourself and your family.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. When I interviewed here, it was 73 degrees, and I drove home, it was 103. So yeah, that's what it's like there. It wasn't much of a decision in coming here. As Lane said, I've been in municipal work for over 20 years, the last 7 as Public Works Director, 5 years in Dinuba, and just about 2 years in Madeira. Dinuba is a little bit bigger than Marina, and Madeira is 3 times the size. So I have an experience going from small cities to large, a lot of capital projects. And I'm very passionate about public works. I got into government work, and once I did, I wished I knew about it in high school. It would have been something I would have pursued immediately after high school. While going through a divorce and raising my youngest son on my own, I went back to school, got my degree in public administration because I knew that this is just where I want to be until I retire. So I'm very glad for this. I have a personal motto with my job, and that's advancing the quality of life for all. You'll see it at the bottom of all my emails. It's something I've repeated to my staff for 7 years, and something I'll continue repeating to staff here. Everything we do, whether it's big or small, even something as small as patching a pothole, advances the quality of life for the person that's been hitting that pothole every morning on the way to work and every evening on the way home. fixing some small sidewalk trip hazard, advances the quality of life, especially for the elderly and those with disabilities that are trying to traverse our sidewalks. So I have a passion for that, and I'm just hoping to come here to Madera and work with the staff here and just do the best we can to advance the quality of life for Marina's residents. Thank you.
Welcome, Ishmael. We share your passion. Great to have you on board. Okay, so now we're going to move to Hilltop Park. I'm going to turn it over to our city manager to introduce it.
And actually, I will turn it over to Guido, who's going to
Staff and council announcements, but there's one announcement that Councilmember Vischer would like to make.
Thank you very much. Actually, two. So the first one is the Equestrian Center. You know, there's so much going on. Equestrian Center this coming Sunday afternoon from noon to 4. Lots of vendors. It's the Winter Wrangler Fest. It's a free event. Everybody welcome. The Equestrian Center now can be easily reached from Imjin by taking California Avenue. So just go up California Avenue.
Just don't drive a dump truck.
Yeah, and don't speed. Yes, and don't speed. So, and then the other thing was, Santa will be coming to town on Saturday morning, starting at 10. It's this Saturday. It's December 7th. So if you hear a lot of noise for people who've never heard it, it's Santa coming. So the route is it's in Facebook groups and maybe on the website as well.
Great.
Yes. Thank you.
Great. All right, let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And the Santa, you can go on the Marina Foundation's website, and there is a schedule, and it lists all the streets that he will be. He'll be in a fire truck, and that's always fun. So if you hear the sirens and the honking, that's Santa. This last Saturday, the Marina Chamber of Commerce organized, and actually Patty Vera, one of the directors, and they held a Marina holiday market, and it was fantastic. It was a great opportunity to support local vendors. There were some artisans, food trucks, and so for me, it was also a good reminder to shop small this holiday season. If you're able to start and do some shopping, just to remember to keep our dollars local, and even like restaurant gift certificates, nail certificates. There's all kinds of ways to be creative and support our small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McAdams. Okay, now I'll turn it over to Lane for Hilltop Park.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'll be giving an initial presentation. This has been a collaborative effort between myself, the city manager, John from Denise Duffy and Associates. If there's plant or botany related questions, he can answer those. And then Edry from our public works team. So next slide, please. So just wanted to go over, so there's quite a bit of material in the packet. So I just wanted to kind of go over. So there is a project resolution. Attachment B to the staff report is the project history. There's quite a bit of history with this project, goes back all the way back to 2020. I'm really hoping to focus on the last 6 or 7 months. There's a map showing potential areas of acceptance. There's a draft maintenance agreement prepared by our city attorney. There's some recommendations from John from Denise Duffy and Associates. And finally, there's a more expansive maintenance manual of how to actually maintain the park in an appropriate way. Next slide. So for those that don't know, this is Hilltop Park. This area is obviously a little bit older. It's in the middle of the dunes, generally between 9th Street. So that's just a general overview. Next slide. And as I mentioned, there's quite a bit of project history, trying to focus the council and comments on the last 6 or 7 months. So as the council is aware, in June, we came to the council to get authorization to enter into a maintenance plan with Denise Duffy and Associates. And in the summertime, we worked very closely with the Shea Homes Marina Community Partners to address some of the items in a punch list to close out and hopefully complete the park. And then since about September or so, just been working to try to resolve some of the landscaping issues at the park. So next slide, please. So this slide is just a general overview of the park. The areas in blue would be the potential acceptance areas. The areas in gray would be the areas potentially subject to a maintenance agreement. Next slide. This is a general summary of what we're all agreeing to in terms of which parties, Shea Homes and the City of Marina. There's some general consensus about requesting that the Shea Homes remove the invasive species for the next 2 years, to reseed parts of the park, primarily around Area 2. So that's that slide. Next slide, please. And this just kind of just summarizes what's in the staff report. So on the right is some of the obligations that hopefully we can all agree to for the Shea Marina Community Partners team. And on the left side are the obligations of the city to hopefully close out the park, which would include paying the Marina Coast Water District capacity charge and for paying for the continuing watering of the park for the next 2 years. Next slide, please. So the next few slides, there are some questions that have come up. I just wanted to address those right off the bat. So there is a warranty period, even potentially after acceptance of the park for a period of 90 days. Next slide. There were some questions about where did the success criteria come within the approved set of plans. The origin of that actually was a May 17, 2022 City Council meeting. The mayor made an amendment to the motion requesting that there be a success criteria added to the park, and that was actually in the adopted motion. So next slide, please. There were questions related to the maintenance cost. This is something that John from Diddy Stuffy & Associates compiled. If we can agree to the general framework, some of these costs would be absorbed by the MCP team in terms of reseeding, but the total cost is at the bottom for the next 7 years. Next slide. There were questions about how much the capacity charge would be to actually water. So primarily for Area 2, it would be anywhere from $31,000 to $78,000 for the city. And in speaking with the Water District staff, if the temporary irrigation that's being proposed is removed within the first 3 years, we would recoup that cost. Next slide. Some other kind of miscellaneous questions have come up. Can cheap soil be removed monthly by the Marina Community Partners? Can a water spigot be added to Area 3? And will Marina Community Partners continue to remove the invasive species in Area 1 and 3, 1, 2, and parts of 3 on a monthly basis for the next 2 years? As I was preparing the PowerPoint, some of these issues have came up, have been resolved at approximately 5:02 p.m. Today. I got an email from the Marina Community Partners agreeing that the commencement date for the start of the park would be August, and that they would be willing to put up a bond for the landscaping. Next slide. So this is the recommended motion in the packet as well as on the slide, and happy to answer any general questions.
Okay, thank you, Guido. As our practice, let's go to the public first, starting with those in attendance personally. So if you're in this room and you'd like to speak to this matter, please come to the podium. You have up to 3 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilman.
Is the light on, Fred? Just to make sure.
Little green one?
Yeah, okay.
My name is Fred Watson. I'm a professor at CSUMB and an expert in terrestrial ecology. My first comment is the packet was incomplete. There's a couple of things that I wanted to see that were not there. So there are 6 exhibits, A, B, C, D, E, F. Exhibit D is the draft maintenance agreement, and it in turn had 4 exhibits, A, B, C, and D, but all of those were missing. In particular, sub-exhibit B is the scope of work, and that was missing. And that apparently contains the certain actions that are the obligations of the developer. So to me, it was unclear from the packet what developer obligations were being considered today. So to that extent, it seems to me that the item should be continued until the public's had an opportunity to review those sub-exhibits that were missing from the packet. And I just checked the packet about an hour ago, as well as several days ago, and it didn't seem like there had been an updated version. That aside, I find it a little hard to understand the whole matter tonight, but I think the acceptance is premature because there's not an assurance of sufficient completion of the landscaping by the time the developer has no further obligations. My understanding is that if the acceptance happens now, then a clock starts now for 2 years, and after 2 years, the developer has either no further obligations or substantially reduced obligations. So it all hinges on where are we at in 2 years, or maybe 2 years since August 2024. And it seems to me that we could be at natives as low as 10% and bare ground as high as 95%. And that's not a completed product or even close to it. And I think what's happening here is the developer creates the dunes, and then the city takes over the public portions and maintains them. And so it's really kind of a judgment as to when do you deem Hilltop Park to be sufficiently created so that you transition from a phase of creation to a phase of maintenance. And it just seems to me that 10% native, 90% bare ground is not creative. That's just getting started. And those thresholds should be higher before the burden shifts to the city to pay for the continued work. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Anyone else in the audience in person that would like to speak to this matter? Not seeing anyone rise. Let's go online. And Stephen Lee, welcome.
Oh yeah, this is Steve Lee. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Steve Lee, resident of Marina. As some of you know, I've been volunteering for at least 2 years on Hilltop Park, helping to plant and then water, maintain what you see there as Area 3. That is the area that the volunteers have been planting over the last couple of years. Going back before that, of course, there was also the seed collection and propagation of the plants that eventually ended up in there. So, yeah, we've got quite an attachment to that area. Like Fred said before, I'm a bit concerned about the bare ground coverage and the native coverage. Apparently, after 2 years, that will allow the developer to sort of say the job's done. I don't think that's probably correct. The other area of concern is the watering, and make sure that we know from our experience that the new plants need to be watered well in order to get established. Once they're watered and established, they should survive without any great maintenance or watering or irrigation after that. But, the watering is going to be a critical element of this. So really, that's my concern. We've put a lot of effort into our area. We want to see the other areas brought up to that standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Anyone else online that hasn't spoken that would like to at this time? All right. we'll close public comment. And as far as questions, etc., I didn't really note any questions. Generally, the comments were the job is not done and that it needs water to succeed. Did I miss anything, Councilmember McAdams? Okay, let's go to council questions and comments, starting with Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And so I'm just, can staff sort of help me understand, like typically isn't a park, they just put some plants and it looks nice and then it's open to the public. Like I've noticed that people are already using the park and they have taken down the yellow tape. I actually sent Lane an email a couple of weeks ago and was just, wondering what's happening with this. So I think for me, the park is open and so it's ready for the public. The public is already using it. So that's something that I want to walk away from tonight. And then also, I went by there the other day and it just, I'm not sure if I'm understanding the landscaping because it doesn't look like there's any over by the barbecue pits, and the dog park is beautiful. The path is beautiful, and then everything else just looks like an empty hill. So I'm not really sure what I'm missing here. But I also don't think that we can just perpetually leave the developers on the hook, right? They probably would like to exit stage left and here's the park and let's be done with this. So if you can help me sort of understand what's going on and how come part of the park looks beautiful and landscaped and like the pictures, and the other part is not, it looks like a dead hill.
Yeah, and so, yes, so first of all, Hilltop Park is a beautiful piece of property. And so what we're really trying to do today is, like you're saying, find an amenable way for the developer to transfer the property over to the city while addressing some of the deficiencies that staff has seen in the landscaping, but do it in a way that's amenable to both parties. So if the council potentially could accept the hardscape of the park tonight, and then direct the city attorney and city manager to enter into a separate maintenance agreement for the landscaping to bring it up to what we believe to be as the appropriate standard. And that's through the maintenance agreements that the city attorney has drafted by adding some temporary irrigation so that the seeds and the plants can properly grow. And also find a way to actually get the park and legally accept the park. So that's what we're here to do today. So,
if I could offer just a couple of things, and what Guido talked about, that certainly is one option. That the hardscape is complete. They've gone through the punch list and we're fine with the hardscape, and so we would definitely recommend approval of that. The landscaping, it's a whole new issue for the city. It's very different from our typical parks where they come in and they're active parks, they put in the turf and all the improvements, and this is very different. It's a native natural park, and so you have seeds that are planted and they're growing and they're developing, and so it's a challenge to figure out. And the developer, they want to plant the seeds and move on, and we want to be sure on our end that they're meeting those obligations, that the seeds are being planted, the invasive species aren't there, the seeds are going to be successful and grow. And it's not going to happen year one. It's going to take years for it to move forward. And so it's trying to figure out that balance of getting to a level of comfort on the landscaping, and that we feel that the developer has met its obligations to where those success criteria will be met, and that we're all comfortable, and that the city isn't left with this bare ground 2 years from now. Now, we do have a performance warranty bond that after 2 years, if it hasn't grown and developed, then we can move in and pull that bond and complete the work, or they just won't get that bond back until it's done. So it may be extended. So that warranty bond gives us a little bit more time. And the packet, I agree, is it's confusing. This has been a moving target trying to get a lot of things in place. We did hire Denise Stuffing Associates to come in and help us on short and long-term maintenance plans, just because we don't have that expertise in that area. They did an August 2nd memo that was supposed to be in the packet, and just the back page of the memo that had the picture, but the actual memo that was in the packet. That gives a little bit more clarity on what they're recommending, and overall they kind of felt we're on a path for being successful, but we still needed to move forward. But we want to be sure that the council is comfortable with that path. And so in the discussion tonight, if we aren't comfortable, that is our suggestion on staffing, is at least approve the hardscape. Let us go back and work with the developer, work with the ad hoc committee a little bit more, make sure that we get the landscaping component correct. That's our big thought on that.
I'm just not sure how reasonable that is to say, you know, you have to guarantee that the plants are going to be thriving and grow. I mean, who's to say it doesn't rain for 2 months straight and floods everything down the hill? So that's sort of where I'm like, I'm not sure what to do with this, because it seems unreasonable to ask a developer to be guaranteeing that the plants are going to grow and there's no water source up there. So, I mean, for me, and I know, you know, shoulda, coulda, woulda, whatever, but I look at the bottom of I look at the lower part where it's lush and beautiful, and in 2 years that landscape is going to come in, you know, and look nice. I mean, it has potential, of course, to die, but I mean, as long as it's watered and sort of maintained, it's going to be there. So I understand that that's not necessarily the vision for this park. However, like, I don't think that anyone is God here, and we can't predict the weather, and we can't predict if the plants are going to grow in 2 years or not. So that's sort of where I'm coming from. I think it's important that decisions I make are reasonable and thoughtful and realistic, and so I just want to make sure that we're being fair for everybody. And you know, I also don't think that it's necessarily fair for the city to sort of put the developer on the hook for perpetuity until we like the landscaping. You know, like, it's my understanding that it was the city's decision to sort of do this like all native wild, you know, landscaping from seeds, and therefore if it like works out, then great. And if it just seems like, I don't know. I too want to find the sort of like happy medium. People are already using the park. And so I just want to make sure that, you know, what we're agreeing to is fair for everybody.
Yeah, if I could just jump in here and answer sort of your initial question just on what action the council would be taking tonight. So acceptance is sort of when the responsibility or the liability shifts from the developer, in this case, to the city. For example, if we were accepting not this park, but any park, so we would be then shifting the responsibility and liability for that park from the developer to the city, as well as whatever maintenance is necessary for the long term for that park. So that's sort of the typical process. Here we have sort of a two-step process, which is why it's a little unusual, not your typical situation.
Thank you for that. And then also just to sort of, so if we accept only the hardscape there, then, I'm sorry. So regardless, the community after this evening will be able to begin to utilize the entire park. And we're taking the yellow tape down that's been cut down anyways. Is that correct?
Yes, if council agrees to accept that hardscape portion, regardless of whether you accept the landscape or not, the whole park will become available for everyone in the public.
Okay, and then what would be sort of the time estimate of, I guess would you come back and we would accept the rest of the park?
We think we're pretty pretty close, but we wanted to get the comments from the council. That was kind of what we've worked in the past month with the dunes, and we kind of put together, this is their list of their responsibilities. It's not in the actual agreement yet, but we kind of wanted to make sure, see if the council's good, if they're okay with our set of responsibilities, if we need to adjust those. And it's kind of a lot, so we want to prove that time we can, but at least if not, we get council's feedback, and the intent is maybe come back even at the next council meeting if possible.
Okay, and that was one of the slides that Guido had?
Yes, that is a slide that Belinda
Okay.
or Doug can pull that up in terms of what are the obligations of both parties.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Renee? Okay.
Sure.
City Attorney, sorry.
So just also want to clarify, so the Exhibit B to the agreement is Exhibit E of the packet. So, and Exhibit C of the agreement is Exhibit F of the packet. So it's just a lot of confusions, but they're in the packet. They're in the council packet.
Is the engineer's estimate in the packet, which was exhibit something?
Exhibit D is not. That is yet to be calculated based on the remaining work that needs to be done.
Okay, and then the scope of work exhibit, it was blank. Which one is that?
That is Exhibit E of the packet.
So exhibit E is a map. Is that map 100% of the scope of work? Usually a scope of work, you narrative it and then you have an exhibit or a map.
So that is my understanding, because the map not just includes figures, but also include notes as to what needs to happen.
Okay, so exhibit E, which is a colored map in our staff report, that is the scope of work.
As I understand it.
There's also, Exhibit E was attached to the August 2nd memo. And so I think really Exhibit E should be that memo and the map.
Is the memo the 6-page consultant report? Or a 5-page that includes the map as the last page?
Correct.
So the scope of work looks like this document, which has 5 pages, and the last page is the colored map that we all have in our staff report. What we don't have are the 4 narrative pages that go along with it that would make it a complete exhibit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Councilmember McAdams, did you have more? We'll come back to you if you did, because we're trying to do this 5-minute round robin too. All right, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little confused about this water capacity charge deal. So I remember, I think this actually went well before 2020. And we were talking about whether the Hilltop Park deserved irrigation or not. I remember it's very controversial. I believe the city council at the time said no irrigation. I remember as a member of the public, I actually favored irrigation. But nonetheless, my recollection was the decision was no irrigation. And so is that where we stand today? There's no irrigation at the top?
That's correct. And I think what we're trying to compromise is we all want the plants and seeds to bloom and be successful. So if temporary irrigation is installed and the capacity is paid for, then there's a higher chance that the seeds and the plants will be successful up there. So that's the compromise.
And I want to add to that, Brian, because the answer to your question is not across the board, no irrigation. Area 3 has been irrigated for 2 years, and it is quite successful. So I wanted you to know that. Areas 1 and 2 have not been irrigated. Areas 3 have been irrigated, and they're looking great. And the council never made the decision not to irrigate. The council begged the developer to irrigate. And the developer refused to irrigate. They instead wanted to hydroseed with no follow-up irrigation. And we said, well, it's going to die. But that they chose to go their route without irrigation. And at some point, they were ready to bring the irrigation in later. And then the expense they thought was too high. So they put some irrigation infrastructure, some pipes on the project, but never connected them when MCWD gave them the price to make the water flow. The developer decided again not to irrigate.
So the council couldn't have made them do irrigation because of the cost.
And nor should they. The council only said make it good however you want, and we beg you to do it A, B, C to make sure it succeeds. But if you fail without irrigation, then you'll have to do it again.
Okay.
And that's where we are today.
And this capacity charge fee, I heard you say the word temporary several times. Why not just make it permanent? Is it because of the cost, or?
So I think the general idea is that if we can get some temporary irrigation up there for a couple years, that there's a higher rate that the plants will be successful. If it's permanent, then there's some more, I believe there's more costs incurred by the developer. So that's my understanding. If Lane wanted to comment.
Well, it's a good question that you asked with that. Part of the reason that you'd want irrigation is just it'll help. Water helps the seeds to grow. The Dunes was, when they got the capacity charge over $600,000 from MTWD, as the mayor said, they made the decision, well, they're hoping they'd plant it, I think they planted in February, and hoping there'd be enough rain that would come that would help to germinate, and we just didn't get a lot of rain, and that kind of played out that way. Long term, we may, on that top area, the council may decide that we just want to keep it there permanent. With native species, they're going to go dormant in the wintertime. And if you water, say year round, you'll may be able to lengthen that season when some of these plants are flowering and growing a little bit. And so that's one of the thoughts is not, and we're not irrigating the whole area, but the top area where the path where it walks through and people walk up to the viewpoint. After a couple of years, after the temporary system's in, the council will have a point to say, you know what, maybe we want to keep the water here just year round. And again, if we're able to get recycled water up there, that capacity charge is $30,000 a year. So yeah, that's really should be a factor in whether or not we water. It's really if we really want to extend that growth season as much as we can year round.
And if I can just direct two more questions towards staff, and this is where I'm struggling a little bit. Do we know what Shay's expertise or experience is in native plant restoration? Do they have qualifications?
Edry's on the phone. He worked very closely with their landscape architect and also Don Hofer and the rest of the Shay team. So that question might be better directed to them. They did hire Vander Tulin, a very professional landscape architect firm, but I'll defer to Don Hofer on the specifics of that.
Okay, and before we do that, I guess I would ask the same question of the city. I mean, if we're going to eventually take this over, what is the city's qualifications? How would we do that?
Yeah, and so we have John from Denise Duffy and Associates. He's the author of all of these memos in terms of providing that technical expertise to us. And so he can answer those questions and provide that guidance to the city.
So maybe I'll wait till we bring those folks online, Mr. Mayor, but I definitely want to ask both parties those questions and understand that a little bit better.
Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so that I understand, when we say hardscape, what does that include?
The trail, the dog park, everything minus the landscaping. Sidewalks, yeah. So as Councilmember McAdams mentioned, people are already kind of using the park. So we're really just trying to go through the legal mechanism of accepting what people are already using minus the landscaping.
Got it.
Yeah, that's what we're here for tonight.
Those two items out separately. Okay, I just wanted to ask, it seems to me at one point we were looking at horse trails for Hilltop Park. Was that for this one or another one?
Currently, right now, when it was designed, the thought was horses from the equestrian center would go up there. There's a big wooden thing to tie your horses up there. In reality, we really doubt if horses really will use that or not. We've decided that we just would see how it plays out. So horses technically can use that DG trail that goes up to the top.
Okay, is that part of the hardscape then?
Yes.
Okay, so we are spending money then on a horse trail that may or may not be used in the future.
Well, it's all the same trail for bikers, pedestrians. It's all the same path.
Okay. So if the equestrian industry doesn't sort of stable out, then there's no problem converting that to whatever else we want with bicycles or.
No, it's the same path.
Okay, great, thank you. And I had the question of the irrigation again, as Councilmember McCarthy was asking about. So it makes a big difference for us, whether it's the developer or it's us later on irrigation. So what are the circumstances to get us recycled water? When are we going? It would be from MCWD buying the Pure Water Monterey recycled water, or what is it dependent on?
And Don Hofer may be able to answer that better. They've been working with them to see where those connections for the recycled water are.
Is he here?
He's online.
I believe the water districts have told if there was a 9th Street recycled connection, right? So.
I don't see him online. Oh.
So, Kathy, what's your question?
When do we expect the recycled water to be here? Because it's almost half the price of regular irrigation water. So I think that should play into how we look at the maintenance plan.
Can someone answer that question tonight, or is that an MCWD question?
I think Don Hofer may be able to answer that.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Good evening, Council. Yeah, my understanding is that recycled water is available on 9th Street, and that line is active. So the connection should be available. The water should be available now.
Great, thank you, Don.
So we're looking at half the price then, at the lower part of the cost. Okay, and I don't understand this capacity charge when we're saying that we're going to pay for it and later we're going to ask MCWD to reimburse us. Like, I don't get why we're doing that. So we're paying them and then we ask them to refund us the money. So I'm not sure what this is.
It's really just go ahead, Don.
Yeah, it's just the idea is that the irrigation would be temporary. So MCWD requires that you pay the capacity charge even for temporary irrigation. And then once the irrigation system is removed in the future, they reimburse you a percentage of the fee that you've paid based on how long the irrigation was in place. Does that
And
make
Don,
sense?
if it's in place for 2 years or less, is there 100% reimbursement?
That's how I remember it, Bruce. Don't quote me on that. I know they have their policies. Is it 3? Yeah.
It's 3 years.
So if you take out the irrigation 3 years or less after you put it in, you get 100% reimbursement?
That's correct.
Okay, so
Thank you,
we
Don.
obviously have an incentive to keep the irrigation for 3 years.
There's an incentive to take the irrigation out before 3 years happen.
Right.
Because you get 100% of your money back.
Right.
If you wait a little bit longer, you get 75%, 50%, 20%.
Understood. So
Usually
the
they'll
way
get
I
else.
and the way I look at it is if we keep it in for 3 years, then we get 100% reimbursed. So okay, and then after that, if we were to decide that we need irrigation, then it would be an additional expense. Obviously, we'd be paying for it. Okay, I want to ask you because there's some things like when we're looking at some places like Fresno, it's basically an irrigated desert. So if we were to never have intervened with any irrigation, what would Hilltop look like in a natural state? Are we trying to force, lush landscape when in fact the natural state isn't really that?
Well, there's nothing natural about areas 1 and 2, and I believe in 4, the dog park. But let's just talk about areas 1 and 2. That's really the discussion tonight. It was an industrial site used for many different kinds of Army projects, water tanks, etc. So it is a degraded dune with filled dirt mixed in and compacted many times over, then scraped by different development projects. And so it's basically a compacted, mixed, filled dirt soil. It's not a native dune soil in areas 1 and 2.
And before it was industrialized, what was the natural state?
A dune, a beach dune, pure sand. Like the North Slope, where Area 3 is pure sand. On top, it's very degraded soil, probably natural soil.
Okay, and in Area 3, what does it visually look like now? I'm sorry, I haven't walked all the areas. What does that look like? And is this irrigated, Area 3?
Area 3 has been irrigated since it was planted in December of 2022. And every year, different areas have been adding on. Each area, after 6 months, looks great. And volunteers continue to weed it, water it, plant more things. But at overall, very little expense and time has gone into this. Area 3, and it's coming along beautifully.
And since you mentioned volunteers, so it looks like we're looking at $277,000 for maintaining the park in its current plant configuration. This is just by professional upkeep, correct?
That's just an estimate. Again, that's over 10 years.
Is it 7 years or 10 years?
7 years.
But when you look at any park that the city has,
It's about normal.
they'll just be cost maintained.
But because this park is special, because it's got, is it 100% of natives or is it primarily natives?
Except for Dog Park Area 4.
It's 100%? Okay, so do we expect the maintenance to also include a regular staff of volunteers? Is that, or is it professionally paid for and will be pretty much done by paid staff? Or are we counting on the maintenance, including the host of volunteers like Steve Lee?
Our long-term maintenance gets turned over to our park maintenance crews. If they don't have the expertise, then we'll get in some help with that.
Okay, so long-term, we are not counting on community volunteers to upkeep this?
Correct.
Okay.
Area 3, the volunteers are committed to continuing Area 3, and they've offered to the city to plant and take care of some of the other high visibility areas on top where the people are going to be the most and see the closest from the closest range. But that offer was not taken up. So at this time, Area 3 is committed by volunteers to keep it looking nice.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand it. Why would we turn down volunteers? Is that what you said? Okay, could somebody explain that to me? Now, I understand if you have volunteers, then of course some of the criticism can be made that the city should be paying for it. And why are you? So it's you don't win either way. But why would we turn down volunteers?
I think this is just a balance of our Marina community partners and working with the volunteers. I can't answer that.
Okay, well, I would like somebody to be able to answer that. If we're paying for maintenance and there is a host of volunteers, then it would be pretty much, at least a third more of free labor, if you want to call it that, but people are willing to do this. So why aren't we including them?
I will say that Lane and I visited the site about 2 weeks ago. It looked terrible in Area 2 and Area 1. And Lane and I discussed volunteers doing piece by piece Area 2 the way that we did Area 3. And it was my understanding that that was going to be conveyed to the developer. And that's the last I knew until this report came out with no reference to volunteers helping to make Area 2 beautiful.
And so we can just follow up again, MCP on that.
I hope that is worked out, because I don't think it should be mandated when the city has responsibility. But if they're willing to do that and they offer special expertise in maintaining, I think we should welcome it. But I also don't want the city then to be criticized because they're using people for something that they should have paid for. So if there are volunteers, then I think that it should be very clear that they are wanting to do this, and that it's, the city would also be willing to foot the bill for maintenance. As long as that happens, I don't see why we wouldn't welcome volunteers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll hold my other questions.
Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some remarks and questions, and they're not very logical in order. About the horses, we have signs at each park in Marina that says dogs and cats should be on a leash, which for the cats I think is unenforceable, so I don't know why it's there. And it also says something like no other animals are allowed. I don't think animals can read, but I hope the coyotes, etc. will.
Is your point that horses would not be allowed?
That was my next one. I thought horses are also other animals. So we already say the horses are not allowed. Anyway, that was my comment for this.
Elizabeth, can you get a staff response?
Oh,
yes. Are you saying that you want a sign that says horses are not allowed? Because I think the original intent was because it's part of the question, so they could write it versus you saying that the sign should say horses are allowed.
If that's what we think is okay, but I don't know if the decomposed granite pathways are really good for, are built to withstand horses. We might ruin our pathways. I'm not sure. We don't know more about it.
I haven't put a cat on a leash, so I would buy that.
So the question is, during wet weather conditions and dry weather conditions, are those decomposed granite pathways supportive of horse equestrian use? Ishmael, this is your first go.
I'm not sure how they've been constructed, so I couldn't answer. I think the answer is probably depends on how many horses are.
Okay, let's ask Don Hofer in case he knows. And then we'll ask Edric.
Yeah.
Know it.
Well, so, back, I want to say it was 2 years ago now, the city council approved a conceptual design for this park. So the conceptual design was to allow horses into the park, right? Those trails were designed to support horses. Not to say that they wouldn't need to be maintained, right? If there's, I think I heard Ishmael say, it depends on how many horses. That's exactly right. I mean, if there's a lot of horse traffic, then there would probably need to be more maintenance, right, to maintain the decomposed granite. It's not to say that those granite trails will just, stay as they are with no maintenance. So there's a factor of maintenance tied to it, but they were designed to support it.
Thank you, Don.
So we might just need to see if any horse owner would like to go up there and see what it does.
Yeah.
Just taking the risk, because we did build that wooden structures for them to tie the horses to.
Yeah, Elizabeth, let's, if you don't mind, hear from Edri.
Yes, I would echo Don. So our design review was actually done with horse specialists, and they reviewed the structural section of the trail itself and found it deemed as usable for horses. So Don is correct. The park design and trail design was specific for equestrian use.
Edri, do you agree that the more horse use, the more maintenance? And do you think that horse use during wet conditions might require more maintenance as a result than during the dry?
I mean, use of any trail would require additional maintenance, and because this is a hillside, the wear and tear is always going to be there. The trails are actually designed on a slant, and we have drainage swales on the side of the trails itself, so they are designed to drain well. They shouldn't be ponding, and they should be they shouldn't need additional maintenance during the wet season for maintenance. Just regular maintenance should be required all year round. Nothing special.
Thank you, Adrian. Elizabeth, did you have one?
Yes, page 14 and a few other places I read about the Marina Coast Water District capacity charge, and it shall be reimbursed to the city after 2 years. This should be changed into 3 years.
Can you show us where that reference is?
This is on page 14 of the presentation of today.
Okay, I wonder if we could go to the implementation agreement to see where that would be part of the legal agreement.
Maybe ask Renee.
Maybe our attorney or city manager could tell us where that paragraph would fit. Where, like Exhibit D, number 5 says city payment of capacity charge. Top of page 13 in the staff report. Page 3 of Exhibit D, the legal agreement.
Yeah, so there's no reference to the reimbursement portion of it. I mean, that would be up to the city as to whether or not to keep it after the 2 or 3 years in this case. Now that we've clarified it's 3 years, as to whether or not we would seek to remove it and then get reimbursed. So as the agreement is phrased now, we would be responsible whether or not we got reimbursed.
So could paragraph number 5 be augmented to explain that? The city
Yes.
could seek reimbursement at 3 years, et cetera.
Yes, we can.
And it seems even if it's more than 3 years, the city might get a percentage back. So it will be important to know that the schedule, whatever Marina Coast reimburses after several years. And also I would like the city to have a calendar. I hope they have a calendar to put it on the calendar that with but before the deadline of the 3 years, that somebody goes out there and looks at what do we recommend to remove it or to keep it. But that we know if we don't remove it, then we lose money. And the same for the guarantee, the warranty. For shrubs, 90 days, for trees, 1 year. So before the deadlines, we need to have it on a calendar that our city goes out to inspect and contact the developer if anything needs to be fixed. Yeah, I know, Councilman McAdams, you said the park is being used. I have not seen that. You might just mean the dog park, because the hilltop, I do not see people on the hills. Rarely. I mean, that's really rare. So I think people really do obey the orange netting. And same thing, by the way, I warned neighbors that when that orange netting gets removed, we might see more coyotes in our neighborhood, in the Dunes neighborhood, because they used to be there daily, day and night. And that netting kept them out of the neighborhood. It was very interesting.
Elizabeth, can we move on and come back to you?
Yes,
trying
you
to
can.
think
Yes,
about that 5
yes,
minute
yes,
each,
yes.
which
Thank
I
you,
haven't
Mr.
been
Mayor.
doing a good job
Yes.
tonight. All right. So I think it would be helpful for council to consider what the end result is that they would be satisfied with. So the dog park, we could probably all say that today it's pretty beautiful. It's horticultural plants. They're getting watered. There's no weeds. There's a lot of nice mulch. And it's like the rest of the dunes, the HOA areas. It gets a pretty good grade, a B or an A or maybe even an A+. And that's a relatively small area compared to the whole park. So if we wanted that on the whole park, horticultural plants, beautiful, et cetera, it would probably perhaps cost in the millions because it's a big area. You can look at what the volunteers did with fairly small investment of money and time, although it's a lot of time to the volunteers, but not in the big picture. If you were paying somebody 4 hours a week to water, that's not a lot, right? So you could look at what the volunteers have done and you might like it or dislike it, but you might say that that's going to cost the city so much less that you're willing, or maybe even love it, and you're willing for the rest of the park to look like Area 3. It's possible you would look at Area 1 and 2 and say that's good enough, but I doubt it. I think most people who looked at Area 1 and 2 would say that is ugly. That would be a shame if that's what the city gets from Area 1 and 2. So do you want 1 and 2 to end up looking like the dog park? We've never talked about that, but that would be an immense amount of water and labor. If you want it to look like the volunteer area, which I think is kind of an in-between as far as an English garden, it's not like the dog park, but it's a wild area like it was, back in the 40s. So that, to make it look like Area 3, to make 1 and 2 look like 3, it would take water for a couple of years. It would take weeding on a weekly basis, but not very much because you're there every week. That's what we've been doing to Area 3. And it's still a lot of area. So it's going to be fairly expensive to do 1 and 2 the way the Area 3 was done. What's proposed to me seems like Area 2 is more going to be treated like Area 3, but not quite as much. So Area 2, given what we have in front of us tonight, would look more like Area 3 than it does like Area 1. But right now, 1 and 2 are both very ugly. So to beef up Area 2 in the direction of Area 3, what's being proposed tonight is weeds abatement, irrigation, at least temporarily for 2 or 3 years, and reseeding where necessary. But Area 1 is being proposed for no further treatment, as far as I can tell. So I'd like to confirm that with staff. If we were to approve this lock, stock, and barrel tonight, would there be any more treatment work on Area 1?
I think it would be removing for the next 2 years the invasive species.
Okay, and where does it say that?
So,
Either in the legal agreement or in the staff report?
So in the staff report, page 3, it talks about the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullet point: inspect and remove invasive weeds on a once a month basis. And so it didn't just limit to that.
Right, but it didn't say where. So if it said in areas 1 and 2, it would be clear. Then what the bullet above it says, remove invasive weeds throughout all areas prior to reseeding. That is only Area 2. And so if the next bullet that you just read, unless it says in Area 1 and 2, then it's not explicit where you mean, and it might make a big difference. So does staff agree tonight that that bullet means Area 1 and 2? And if so, can it be said in the implementation agreement?
Yes, that is how we expected that to be.
Okay.
Otherwise, the invasive species plants would take over Area 1.
Yeah, and they might not take it over very much if it's not getting water. If it's not getting water, nothing might grow very well. So I'll end after just asking Don Hofer, is that what you understood, Don, that you would be responsible the next couple of years removing invasive weeds in areas 1 and 2?
Yes. I mean, that we've agreed to that, Bruce. I mean, I think it's important to note that it feels a little bit like you're changing the rules tonight, which is not appreciated. I want the council to understand that we've gone through a long process on this park. Okay, I don't want to make a big issue here, but there was a conceptual design that was approved. There were construction documents that were created and plan checked. Your staff reviewed them, and and Shay went out and we built the improvements as agreed in those documents. There were ad hoc committees that Fred Watson, who spoke tonight, seems to have forgotten about. Mayor, I know you were in those meetings. There were agreements along the way. We didn't just end up here with a park that looks the way it does because we took liberties to do certain things.
Don, we don't want to change the rules, John. Don, I asked you about that whether you interpreted that to mean areas 1 and 2, and you said yes. I wasn't asking to change the rules.
Okay, no, it's important. It's important, Bruce, because if this gets changed tonight, then what I'm going to
John,
ask is that
John, we're
you
not talking about
approve it.
changes. Don,
you
we're not
not
talking
approve it
about
Point of
changes.
order. Point of order. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we hear the developer out.
When the developer has the floor, he can speak.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make a motion that we hear the developer out right now at this moment. He obviously has a lot to say.
Your point of order is not well taken.
I'd like to take a.
Please, you don't have the floor either. Let's move on. Don, I'm sorry to change the rules. I'm not trying to change the rules. I'm just trying to interpret with the city manager what it means. Inspect and remove invasive weeds on a once monthly basis. And I'm going to ask you, without changing the rules, where does that apply? Is it area 2?
That applies to areas 1 and 2.
Okay. That's good. So we're not trying to change anything, Don. Thank you. Okay. I think I'm done with my 5 minutes. So now we'll go back around and we'll start with Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as I mentioned in my previous comments, I would like to go out to the developer and ask first what the developer's experience is in maintaining native landscapes, but also give the developer an opportunity to kind of finish his comments and give some opinions on the Shay's perspective.
So Don, can you answer that first question?
We have no experience maintaining habitat restoration or native landscapes.
Okay, and your second question?
Maybe if you just want to give a little bit more context that you're going into, and also, when the city was first considering this park, not a lot of houses at the dunes had been sold. And I'm curious if you have any perspective, and maybe it's speculation, but if you were to ask all of your homeowners today what they'd like to see at that park, do you think it would be what the city approved 5 years ago?
I'm not sure I could speculate on that, council member. I can tell you that, all the way back to the specific plan, this park was to be a natural park. It was never to be an ornamentally sculptured landscape. It was not contemplated to even be irrigated. And so it was always to be a native park, or I'm sorry, a natural park. And so when the conceptual design came forward, we looked back to those original approvals that are vested in the specific plan and part of the underlying, approvals for this project. And I would agree that, today, I think what people are responding to is, we've gone through the summer and the dry season when it's been, fairly dry and it's brown. It doesn't look real, it's not real green. But I tell you, that park was absolutely beautiful this last spring when things were growing and blooming. And I think we're going to be back there again, right? And so it's going to continue to go through cycles and mature the landscape. And Bruce knows probably more about that than any of us, how that happens over a period of time. And so I think it will continue to look better. We're committed to our original agreements here, which includes maintaining the hydro-seeded area, not all landscaping, just the hydro-seeded area for a period of 2 years, which is basically the areas within areas 1 and 2, right? So where the seed was broadcast. And so as part of that, your consultant DD&A has gone out. They have some recommendations on some areas. The area 2 did not take real well, so we'll be redoing the hydro seed in that area. There's a couple of other things that need to be fixed and maintained, and then we'll be pulling, invasive weeds on a monthly basis for the next 2 years to help to maintain that. And so,
So, yeah, thank you, Don. So to the council, I guess from what I've heard so far, where I'm at is that I think that we have this lever to hold the developer a little bit more accountable. And I'm glad we have that lever, and I'm glad that we're looking into, using that. But having said that, a 2-year warranty for plants seems reasonable. To ask them to pick up invasive species when we don't even know what that looks like, right? Like, I'm a Dunes resident and I'm upset with Shay and I just go Johnny Appleseed a bunch of invasive species and they're responsible for that. Like, I just don't know how realistic those kind of things are. So I would hope that whatever motion we make tonight, that we give the city manager some leverage to give general direction to manage this project, to get it completed and to get it off of our work list. I mean, I would hope that we could be accepting the entire project tonight. That would be ideal, right? But we're not there. And I get that. But let's try to get as close to that as we can and not delay this so that we're back in 2 years pushing it even further down the road. That's where I stand. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just going back to the horse trails, is this not, because we really don't know the impact long-term of how many horses might be on there, and it may cause some maintenance of the trails, degradation. And so, we don't really have a plan for it. And I'm wondering how much people are wanting to push for this, but also, this is coming after the fact, but I mean, I don't know who's going to enforce horses' excrement on the trails that are being used by bikers and pedestrians. And so I have some concerns. And I know at Jack's Peak Park, they allow horses. And when I've been hiking there, we share the road sometimes with the trail with horses, and it's very uncomfortable for me. I mean, those are huge animals to me, and I always try to go as far away as I can. So I don't see the compatibility of horses with pedestrians, quite frankly. So if this is not this has little interest, and we also then are concerned about the maintenance of the trails and excrement on the same trail as hikers, I wonder if there's any ability for us to say at this point, we're not going to build a horse trail for this park. I'm not sure if it's too late to have that discussion, but I have concerns about this.
Staff, can you comment on the revocability of horse use, et cetera?
Yeah, Andrew and I have had some good discussions. The equestrian center, Chaparral, who's up there right now, they don't take their horses that direction. And so any horses there with Chaparral will not be going to this park. So the only horse users that would potentially go there would be people that bring their horses to the equestrian center and want to ride a trail and want to go that direction.
And
What we have seen on the existing 9th Avenue has a horse separate trail. There are just not a lot of horses.
Right. So can we make that decision tonight to not continue to pursue this? Is there any reason why we couldn't put that in a motion? Because I just don't see the motivation for it. And even if there's motivation, how many people are motivated to bring their trail? And we're building the park now. And I think that
Park's built.
Can you answer that?
From our city attorney?
Yeah. So, I mean, not sure it's within the scope of the agenda item tonight, but certainly that can be brought back to council just to consider sort of rules of use concerning the park. And if you wanted to eliminate horses on those trails, I mean, you can certainly do that. We'd have to make sure. I don't think that there's anything underlying obligation, but I'd have to review that. So I'm not sure that can happen tonight. Again, I think it's probably beyond the scope of the agenda item.
Okay, well, we can bring it up later then. But I think that it could reduce our potential maintenance costs for the park. And also on the, maybe it's in the agreement, they talk about, the recycled versus potable water prices. Can we, as Don Hofer just said, he has the availability on 9th Street for recycled, plugging in for recycled. So why don't we just omit the potable and revise our cost estimates and just say that we're going to use potable, recycled? Can we do that?
That's fine. That's fine. So when we wrote the staff report originally, it was in question, and then subsequent to because this item's been continued a couple times. So subsequent to the original staff report, I ended up reaching out to the water district, and that recycled water line is on 9th Street. So we can absolutely go with the recycled water option.
Great. And under the Shea Home responsibilities, as city manager just said, and our mayor clarified that the remove invasive species is in areas 1 and 2, and inspect and remove invasive species weeds on a once a month basis. I would like to make sure that we're not expecting eradication of invasive species. They will go out once a month and remove them, but I don't think it's realistic to say that we are going to hold the developer responsible for no invasive species out there. I mean, I don't think anyone has ever been successful in that. So I don't want to give the impression that that's the expectation.
Kathy, at the Oak Woodland Community Garden, invasive weeds have been eradicated. At Area 3, they're essentially eradicated. There's still more work that we done this coming rainy season. But if you take an area repeatedly, they only have a seed bank. Like if you keep withdrawing your money out of your savings account and you don't put any in, pretty soon there's no money in your savings account. If you keep pulling the weeds before they drop seed, pretty soon there's no more seeds to germinate. And that's what's happening in Area 3 with relatively small effort. I'm talking 30 minutes max per week. And the developers did a great job removing weeds back in March and April, but unfortunately it was too late for a lot of the weeds that already dropped their seed. But the plan that the consultant has given us lists those weeds that are doable. I'm worried that the more you irrigate for good reason, the more you have to pay attention to the weeds.
Right.
But Area 3 has gone through this cycle. The Marina Library at Oak Woodland Community Garden has gone through this cycle. And if you're on top of it, it can be done.
Okay. I will take your expert advice on that, but I just want to say that we have committed them to once monthly basis. And I think even with irrigation, if we find that now we've got massive amounts of invasive weeds, I don't think that it doesn't make sense for me to say, then you have to clear out all the invasives after a rainy season or whatever. I think we have to be reasonable about it. I just know that on trails on the coast, at the dunes, the reservation road entry to the beach, that we have that wonderful trail, mostly natives, but they have to continually be on top of invasives, the ice plants, for example. And I know that they try, but it's not 100%. And I kind of feel that that's kind of chasing a pipe dream to think that we can do it all the time and have eradication of. So I'm just saying that they have a schedule here that they're committed to. And I think beyond that might not be, it might be unreasonable to expect that they amp that up if there is more rain or more irrigation. I think that they have an obligation once a month, and I think that we have to hold them to that.
The obligation that we have to hold them to without changing any rules is the success criterion that's on page 9 of the staff report when it comes to non-native. Less than 10% non-natives. So they're not asking to eradicate. They're asking that in that period of time, years 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, there's less than 10% non-natives. That's without changing the rules. These are approved. Well, I should ask staff, are these approved success criteria that include that criterion regarding invasive weeds?
Yes, those success criteria were on the plans that were submitted by the developer and have been approved by staff.
So Kathy, it does what you're saying. It doesn't go for eradication.
Good, thank you. Okay, and then in the staff report, it talks about recommending irrigation on a temporary basis. And we've already talked about the 2 or 3 years, but who is it that determines that we're ready to have a cessation of irrigation? Who is that?
That's the success criteria, right? That's the trying to get it closer to what's identified in the success criteria in the plan. So
So is that, who is that?
I
Who is that
think,
that's monitoring that?
well, it'll be under our park maintenance. But I think as we get before the end of 3 years, we will definitely look at that and bring it back to city council and get direction on if it's achieved what we want to achieve. The bond will need to be released at that time and make some decisions on, do we want to continue irrigation or not? So
Okay.
it goes back to Elizabeth's original flag. Before 3 years, we'll bring it back to council.
Oh, great. Okay. And so there would be no plans to pull the hardware out for irrigation at any point, at this point.
Not now.
Okay. All right. Great. And I'll defer to other folks.
I think the way we're hearing it tonight, the expectation is that 3 years, we might pull it out to get reimbursed our capacity fee. But what Lane just told us is we will also probably need to have a discussion about what might happen if we pull it out, and do we want to pull it out, or what are our options at that time?
Right. I have one last question. So you mentioned on hardscape, Mr. Mayor, that the dog park is part of the hardscape that nobody would have any issues with. But are you saying that other hardscape issues within the park, like the sidewalks and the other parts, are you have an issue with? Are you okay with all of the hardscape being approved? Is there any problems with any other hardscape?
The only issues I have, if your question is to me, is with areas 1 and 2.
But I'm talking about the hardscape, not the landscape.
It's beautiful. The pathways, the benches, the dog park.
Okay, so the hardscape is something that you have no objections to.
Neither do I have objections with the softscape, which is the landscaping around the dog park. That is exactly what it was planned to be.
Okay.
Done very well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is like the community park, right? This is for the residents in the community. And I hear like you're very passionate about the park, and I appreciate that. But I want us to think like this is for the residents. It's not like necessarily this, small amount of people who volunteer. I don't know this. Anyways, so just sort of piggybacking on Councilmember Biala's questions and comments about maintenance, and you said like, who is doing this? And so the Denise Duffy and Associates, it talks in 2.1, Exhibit F, maintenance personnel qualifications. The individuals performing long and short-term maintenance of the native landscape area must be experienced in the restoration, maintenance, and management of native habitats on Monterey Bay or Central Coast region, and or be directly supervised by a qualified individual. And so we heard from Shay that that's not them. And so who is that person at the city?
Right now, we're using Denise Duffy and Associates, but the council's given us direction to hire a botanist, landscape architect, and that person will be our specialist that will guide us in all the maintenance of the park. And
in all the parks in the city of Marina, or only this specific park?
All of our parks.
Okay. And so that person, and when is that person coming online?
Belinda, where we are in that recruitment, our botanist, arborist, landscape architect.
We're working on a job description for that position just because it's such a technical position. We have to do a little bit of a survey and see where we can get some sample job descriptions for that, and we'll get it posted.
So we're hiring a unicorn. Okay, great. Yeah. So for me, I don't necessarily I just want the community to utilize the park. I want the park to look nice. I want the park to look nice in 2 years and 5 years. And all of this is it just sounds really complicated, and I don't understand why it's so complicated. I also agree with Councilmember Biala about the horses. I think the vision of, when it was in 2017, and there was also talk about like a horse racetrack. That's not happening. I hear the city manager like, oh, people probably won't bring their horses. Well, unless it's not allowed and unless it's not in writing and there's no like signage, I don't want to hope that people don't show up with their horses. So I would want that definitive. For me, the hardscape and that circle up above in the park, I too would be very scared if there were. And typically, when people are horseback riding, it's not just a singular horse, it's a group or several. If we're having kids and bikes and scooters and things, I am very concerned about the safety of that. Horses get spooked, they kick, and they can really harm people. So I would like that to come back to council. I'm ready to, make a motion with what staff recommended on the slide. And I just sort of feel like this discussion, I'm going to make a funny joke, is getting into the weeds. Like, I'm not a botanist. I don't know about habitat restoration. I think it's time to to move on.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to keep it short because I agree with you. So no horses, I'm totally fine with that. The sign at the moment does not allow any other animals than dogs or cats on a leash, so that should be covered.
So if you were following the sign, you couldn't bring a horse
Yes.
today, but the sign is probably inconsistent with the design of the park.
It will be good to discuss or to talk with the people at the equestrian center because that's where the horses will come from, if any. So monthly maintenance. When was the last time that maintenance was done in areas 1 and 2?
It would have been March and April of 2024.
So that explains why it does not look good at the moment.
It explains why there were so many weeds out of control, and it explains why there are now a lot of weeds coming back. You can't walk away for a lot of months. You can't start months into the season. There's a timing to this.
So for me, this is good news that I know that no maintenance was done. And if maintenance will be done monthly, it will look better, hopefully very soon. Gophers, I can see from 9th Street quite a few gopher mounts. And I mean a lot, partly in the HOA area or the city area that's being maintained by the HOA, but also in the park. Who is doing pest control? Who's taking care of the?
We talked about that with our staff this morning, and we are going to have to look at options to keep the gophers and squirrels under control in the park.
Because they don't read the signs.
They won't, and we know that they will love that park. So our intent will be to figure out some type of method so that and keep the gophers and squirrels.
Yeah, you need to be on top of that as well. So, and then I would like to thank the developer for offering to put in temporary irrigation, because that hopefully will take care of a lot of the issues. But I think one spigot is not enough. So if staff can communicate with the developer, hopefully to get more spigots in logical places.
And to work with the volunteers who have been watering by hand to let them know what's realistic about where spigots can go and how many. We don't want to ask for something that's unrealistic, but right now we're getting water close to the street and it's a long haul.
And this is the moment to ask the developer, because this is when they will do that. And I forgot, and on top of my page, I had written, thanks Steve Lee and other volunteers, because this is pretty amazing that people go out there week after week for more than 2 years to water the plants. And I agree with the developer. The poppies were really beautiful. In the spring, that was beautiful. But I also know that council approved a list of more than 20 species to be in the seed mix. And I think, well, the poppies were really good, but I think only 2 or 3 other species were there. So my question is, what happened to the other 16 plus? And when the developer goes, when they will reseed, I assume they will reseed the missing species. And my last point was, we need informational signs. And if they're not ready yet, I think it will be good to put something up temporarily even if it's just something laminated to explain to people to stay off of the seated areas. So they can only go on the walkways and then enjoy the beautiful views from that park. And that was it. Thank you so very much.
Okay, I want to read one sentence from the city's consultant report that talks about conclusions and recommendations. Can you find that, Lane? Lane and I and Mayor Pro Tem met for about 2.5 hours on this last night, I think it was. And we looked at this one sentence a few times. Anyway, it says something like areas 1 and 2 is what it was referring to, are going pretty well. But without irrigation, there is no certainty as the success of the final outcome. And so if area 1, there it is in the memo, yeah. So if area 1 doesn't get irrigated, the expert is telling us the final outcome of the seeding effort cannot be determined at this time, which means it's up in the air. But I can tell you that when you water the first 6 months after initiation, you have really robust, tall, maturing, flowering plants. And if you keep watering, their seeds start to germinate. It's a 6-month to year process before most people would say, this looks pretty nice. They wouldn't, it doesn't look as nice as the dog park. It's a different thing. So Councilmember McAdam, when you say this is for the community, I'm sure they want it to look nice. The complicated part is, what does that mean and how do you get there? One way to get there is the dog park way, which is very expensive and water consuming. Another way is to give it a little bit of love and water and intelligence. And I think most people, I was with Elizabeth because she's more of a layperson in this matter. And so how do you think that the area 3 looks like today? If you gave it an A, B, C, D, F.
In the middle.
In the middle, a
In the
C.
A C.
A
C
C.
plus.
A C plus. So if we want better than a C plus, we need to do better. If we're accepting less than a C plus, we don't have to do as much as the volunteers did. So what the community wants, I'm not really sure, but we represent the community. So between the 5 of us, if we were to agree what we would accept, then staff would tell us what it's going to take to get there. And I think all 5 of us would say today, area 1 and 2 is not what we want. And we might disagree on area 3. Lisbeth gives it a C grade. Is a C grade good enough for this natural wild park? If you want a B or an A, then staff will tell us how much water and time and money that would take. Go ahead.
May I please add? That's what I give it at the moment, but I know it will grow into a B or even an A because it's just young still. So when you look at it at this moment, it's not done. It's not complete.
Okay. The ad hoc committee put a lot of time into this, and the ad hoc committee hasn't been given much opportunity. Fred, you've been on the ad hoc committee. We asked the developer his perspective. Can you come and give your perspective? Because you only had 3 minutes earlier, but you spent a lot of time on this part as the co-chair of the ad hoc committee.
Okay, thanks. On the ad hoc committee, we worked on the planting palette to make sure it was local natives and not broader California natives. We worked to get the concept of having success criteria in the language, that there would be the concept of a percent cover of natives, a percent cover of bare grounds, a percent cover of weeds. and that there would be a time frame to hit performance standards with respect to those criteria. I don't recall that at the level of the ad hoc committee, we locked in the time frame or the percentages. It seems apparent from discussion tonight that staff approved something in the last few months, perhaps, where a time frame and percentages were documented. So in coming to tonight's item, that the first thing I found myself doing was looking at those percentages in that time frame and going, yeah, that looks like a good set of percentages and a good time frame. If you would expect it to take that long to get to those percentages. But the question was, at what point did the developer's obligations end on that time frame? And if it was just 2 years from inception, the percentages to me were not far enough along to assure that a product had been delivered as opposed to merely germinated. So to me, the solution is to, I mean, I keep thinking that 2 years is not long enough, that it needs to be a little longer. I don't think you can necessarily get the percentages much higher within 2 years, although I'd like to know that. I mean, Area 3 right now is a pretty good percentages. I look at Area 3, it's been a few months since I was there. We had a special session up there in the summer, I think. I look at it and I think that's taking, that's going to, you know, that's on its way. It's got a low risk of failure from this point. If Area 1 and 2 looked like Area 3, I think that's a point where the city could accept Area 1 and 2. I don't know what those percentages are, but I think they're higher than 10% native and lower than 95% bare or 90% bare. That might, you know, I'm trying to sort of sum it up, that might be the nut of it for me. If I look at 3 right now, it's good. You could accept that. If 1 and 2 were 3, you could accept them. But I think 3 is at a higher native percentage right now and a lower bare ground percentage right now than what's before the council this evening. Since I have the mic, 2 points of, well, 1 point of fact, I guess. In the packet, there's a link to a little webpage I made that had the history. The history shows aerial photos from the 20s and 30s and 40s. And in those photos, you can see that the whole site was maritime chaparral of varying densities prior to the army clearing the land. At one point, the mayor said it before the army came along. It was a dune. It was bare sand. Well, at least that's what I thought I heard.
It is a sand dune.
It's a relic sand dune, but it was a vegetated relic sand dune before the army came along. It was not bare sand. When you look to the potential for a site now to be like that, if the soil was completely undisturbed as it is in Area 3, you can get it back to what it was in the 30s. If the soil was heavily disturbed, it takes a different path, but there is a path that many areas on the base are on right now of regrowth towards maritime chaparral from a disturbed soil state. Different species composition, but it's doable. It's not that once you've disturbed the soil, you forgo the opportunity to ever have a self-sustaining native vegetation on the hillside. That's a possible thing.
Right.
Thanks.
I just want to follow up and say that on top of Hilltop Park, part of Area 3 was the worst condition. And volunteers have taken that part, which is immediately east of Area 2. That portion of Area 3, immediately east of Area 2, is rotten. But it took very little effort and very little time. We planted it starting in January of 2024, We planted it every month, different areas, because it's a pretty large area. So it took us a while to plant all of this hilltop. But it looks C plus now to Lisbeth. And I know from experience on Fort Ord restoring land that you get that in 6 to 9 months wherever you go on Fort Ord, no matter how disturbed the soil is, if you take the right steps. So Fred talked about the north slope of Area 3, which hasn't been disturbed. And I'm saying that the southern part of Area 3, where it's flat on top of the hill, was god-awful soil and weeds. After about 9 months, there is less than 1% weed. You have to hunt to find a weed. And if you do, it'll be very tiny, mostly. And it has about 50 to 75% native cover. And it has about 25 to 30% bare ground, which can be beautiful because people can appreciate it more than if it's just a thicket of vegetation. It's nice to have negative space, like the dog park. It's not 100% vegetated. It's probably 60 to 70% vegetated with 30% bare. So I'm just saying that the worst part of that site is a complete success according to the success criteria and what a layperson would say, as Lisbeth represented tonight. So we're not talking so complicated that it can't happen. It just has to be done intelligently. Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the question about what neighbors would want, because the houses are now abutting up to this park. I do want to say that the idea of a native park garden is wonderful. I think it's special. I think we need to be advertising that this is the specialness of this place, where we can't find it anywhere else except the oak woodland. But I will even say on oak woodland, for the layperson like me, native gardens are not so wonderfully pretty. I have to admit that. You know, things die and they come back, and you just have to accept that's the specialness. So rating these things based on what an average person might think is a wonderful garden, it's not that. I mean, I think I see that. I go to the oak woodland. I'm interested in the plants, but it doesn't look like the garden that most people expect to see. Lots of color and, things blooming all over, for the whole season. So I just think we need to balance that out, that there is sort of a compromise, and that we can't be trying to get to an A or a B type garden when it's a natural garden, and it's not always so pretty. I was very interested in what Fred said about the maritime chaparral, because if that was the original population of natives, I'm wondering how much we've got 16 varieties or more of native species, and maybe we should be trying to plant more of those, because ultimately that was the natural state and that could survive without irrigation. If we now try to change that, now we have to be constantly thinking about irrigation. And so maybe that's a way that we look to the future of how do we get ourselves off of dependency on artificial irrigation by going to the chaparral, because they have shown in the past that they can thrive on that. So I hope that we can be thinking along those lines.
Yeah, we did think along those lines with the ad hoc committee that when you restore maritime chaparral from a disturbed condition, such as hilltop area 1, 2, and part of 3, you have to go in stages. So you can't just plant manzanitas in bad soil.
Sure.
First, you plant all the early successional plants, which is what we've done. And over time, they will give way to longer lived, larger statured wild lilac, ceanothus, manzanitas,
sure,
things like that.
Okay.
So we started with what will work to heal the site, heal it, repair it, and then the longer term plants will come in. But I think that always the people will want something a little bit better on top, where the pathways are. On the north slope that faces Elizabeth's house and other people, when you look at it from a distance, you're not looking for beauty But when you're up close and you're walking on a path, it's nice for most people to see flowers and pretty. The oak woodland outside the library was not meant to be pretty. It was meant to be an example of a wild oak woodland in healthy state.
Right.
But it could be turned into pretty with more, if that was the goal. If that is the goal, then there would be less birds, less butterflies, etc. So we didn't want an English garden manipulated.
Sure. I wasn't expecting that.
But you
I think
can
you're
have a
missing my
native
point.
garden that is beautiful.
Mhm.
It just won't be ecologically as valuable. And that's what the Oakland was,
Yes.
was more.
I'm not advocating. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that if we want a natural garden, which I think this is the specialness of this, then we have to also say to people that we're not looking for the English garden. It has to be really clear because it's not always, to my mind, the most beautiful garden. And I'm not saying that I am opposed to that. I'm saying that we have to change people's ideas of a garden that's natural based versus what they might want to overlay if we do a natural garden.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I heard you clearly.
Okay.
And I'm distinguishing between a natural garden and a native garden. So on top, in area 2, where I think expectations are going to be higher, you can establish a beautiful native garden. On area 3, where it's sloped and it's more wild, it would be too expensive to do that. And that's okay because people's expectation, where they don't see it very closely, a natural garden would be fine. But in area 2 and part of area 3, where there's going to be a lot of people, I think that's going to have to look more like the Martin Luther King sculpture garden.
Right. Well, I'm not even suggesting that. If we had ultimately the goal was maritime chaparral, is that would be primarily one species that replicated what was there before. So I'm not saying that's what our push is, but it's good for us to verbalize these things now because the expectations, once we even start with this, are people going to have the same kind of opinion that maybe I, as a layperson, I walk through the oak woodland and I'm not, I understand the value, but it's not, it has a different flavor for me. So I've had to learn to adjust my expectations as well. That's all I'm saying. I think that what Council Member Vischer, Mayor Pro Tem Vischer said about the signage, I think we need to look at that also about educational. If this is so special a park, then we need to point these things out. We need to have just what we were trying to do in the Oak Woodland is to educate people about the species so that they can take that learning and maybe plant things in their own yard. But I think we have to amplify the specialness and make sure that we put in names of the species so people can learn from it as well. Also, we have dogs on leash. I will tell you that invariably dogs will be off leash, and unless you enforce this, there's no sense in saying dogs off leash. And of course, I don't know if we have already the doggy bags, things, but even then, I go to the beach and what people do is they put the feces in the bag and then they leave the bag, on the trail. So, I think we have to have realistic expectations that dogs, one, will be creating some maintenance issues, plus they will be off leash. So until we have some enforcement, we need to be prepared for that. Thank you, Mr.
Right. Let's go to Brian McCarthy, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to ask 2 quick questions just because I'm realizing as I listen to my peers that I don't think we're always speaking the same language, and certainly I don't understand a lot. But the 2 questions are, one, Councilmember Biala said that it might be a site where you don't see this maritime chaparral and it's very special and it's unique. Would you agree with that? Or is maritime chaparral, where do we see maritime chaparral that is natural?
So across the globe, maritime chaparral is very rare. Its primary habitat is in California, and Monterey County is the mother lode of California's maritime chaparral, and Fort Ord is the mother lode of Monterey County's maritime chaparral. So to answer your question, where you see maritime chaparral, the number 1 place is Fort Ord. The number 2 place is Vandenberg Air Force Base, Tale of Two Cities. Vandenberg Air Force Base is still under the mission of military, not conservation. Fort Ord has been under the mission of conservation since 1994, and it started in 1990, but the mission really changed in 1994 when the Army closed. And so every decade, the maritime chaparral on Fort Ord is healthier and prettier, and every decade, the maritime chaparral on Vandenberg Air Force Base is more degraded.
And in Marina, are there any undisturbed kind of original maritime? Where would those be located?
If you go to the high school, everything west of Marina High School is pretty intact maritime chaparral with a heavy dune influence. So it's a little bit of dune plants and maritime chaparral plants. But that is one place. The Equestrian Center, immediately east of the Equestrian Center, there's a lot of good maritime chaparral. There's some degraded, but there's a lot of undegraded. There's a lot of good shape. If you go out to the airport, there's more. Fred, can you answer that question about maritime chaparral, where you would go to see it? Fred has done a lot more research.
And then since he's coming up, if I can ask my last question, maybe you can chime in too.
Hold off just 1 second, Fred.
In 2016, I've been on that site many times before Shay disturbed it, and there was a certain thing there. And I'm curious, was that at all native maritime chaparral, or was it mostly weed? What was the percentage of invasives at that point? But 2016, let's say.
So 2 questions. Where can you see apparently healthy, good maritime chaparral? And how rare is it? Or how common is it? And number 2, what was the state of weeds and what was the state of maritime chaparral on Hilltop Park in 2016?
So on the where can I see maritime chaparral?
In Marina, original undisturbed.
Yeah. I want to underscore what the mayor said. I made a map of California's maritime chaparral a couple of years ago. Fort Ord on the state of California is a blob you can see. Everywhere else in the state, the blobs are so small you can't even see them on the state map. We have by far the most of a thing that is extremely rare anywhere else. So it's easy to take it for granted because it's all around us, but it is very rare elsewhere. It's here because of the fog and the sand. The area just west of the high school is a really good example of somewhat intact maritime chaparral, a little genie. I mean, it's basically, I'm repeating what the mayor said. If you're in the middle of Marina, then the Equestrian Center, more on the north side. The south side is getting heavily invaded by non-native conifers right now, so it's kind of threatened. But yeah, the Torrey pines and the radiata pines and the cypresses. But the bit that's of the Equestrian Center that's just south of Imgen Road is high quality maritime chaparral. It's got some of the special status species, the Eastwood's golden fleece and the sandmat manzanita. If you head further east toward the landfill, the area that the city just protected as a conservation easement for the Imgen Road widening, some really good maritime chaparral. Cypress Knolls, which is closed off right now, has some really nice stuff in the little islands between the streets that the Army never touched.
2016?
2016 Hilltop Park. So the northeast flank of Hilltop Park has a really nice patch of intact maritime chaparral that's been there for a very long time. It was cleared at above ground by the Army in 41 or thereabouts, but the key species are burl-forming species. So the burls survived below ground, and it grew back almost immediately. The aerial images straight after showed a lot of vegetation. So you're seeing a classic example of a disturbance-resistant community living on the northeast side of Hilltop Park that's been there for maybe hundreds of years.
That's area 3 for the most part.
The above ground part is 50 years old, but the below ground part might be hundreds of years old. The rest of Hilltop Park by 2016 had a scattering of occasional maritime chaparral species, but mostly was ice plant and non-native annual grasses. But there were some interesting maritime chaparral species scattered in patches on the rest of Hilltop Park in 2016.
Okay, and I guess the reason I ask is because when I look at, aerial imagery from 2007, 8, right, when it had been very much disturbed, it seemed like in a relatively short time, without any intervention at all, some things had come back at that point. So what I'm wondering is, hypothetically, if we do nothing, if council says, okay, we're done here, what's the chances that some resemblance of maritime chaparral could come back and relatively quickly?
And I think we're talking area 1 and 2 and 3, if you walked away.
I think if we didn't do anything with area 1 and 2, we'd end up with a pretty dense weed field of ice plant, mustard, and a few patches of natives kind of here and there, but not prominent. There are some places where there's not that weed seed bank, and if you just leave it, gradually the maritime chaparral comes in. There was a place I was in, Cypress Knolls, just the other day, where magically there's just no weed seed bank, and the maritime chaparral, including some extremely rare ones, are just gradually coming back. But where there's that seed bank, which we saw germinate after the grading of the site a few years ago, with no aggressive seed removal, that's just going to be what you get. So a ton of ice plant, a ton of mustard, and non-native annual grasses. I don't think it would be pretty by anybody's standards. I don't think anyone would look up at that hillside and go, I'm so glad it's full of mustard and ice plant. Well, I mean, maybe some people in the community like that, I'm not sure.
But you think the
Yeah,
progression of 2006 to 2016 with no intervention would be very different from 2020 to 2030? Is that what I'm hearing? There's some different set of circumstances or factors that make that different?
So that Oscar, they
So 2006, the area, according to aerial imagery, had been very much disturbed, presumably by the Army or FORA. 2016, we just talked about, there was some sense of maritime chaparral that was still there. So something had happened between those 10 years.
Positive,
Positive.
if you like maritime chaparral.
Right. So if we did nothing between now and 2030 or 2020 and 2030, why would that not same thing happen and be recreated? It with no intervention, there would be some positive movement.
I think that, I think I understand the question. I think the timeline over the 25 years since base closure was the very few small bits of areas 1 and 2 that where the soil had never been disturbed had some maritime chaparral species that kind of hung on. But then gradually the ice plant and the mustard and the annual grasses took over the site.
And then it was graded.
And then in roughly 2020 or so, 2022, something like that, it was graded. So we lost, at that point, all of the soils in area 1 and 2 were disturbed, and those little pockets of maritime chaparral were eliminated. And so now you've got disturbed soil with a seed bank. I don't think you're going to see the maritime chaparral just gradually established by itself.
Over what period of time? Ever? Or 10 years or 50 years?
Yeah, because you would get what you have on a lot of CSUMB right now. It's just a carpet of non-natives that has just gradually covered every bit of the ground over the last 20 or 30 years. 15 years ago, there were patches of some holdovers, but just gradually the ice plant has taken over everything.
Thank you. Thank you, Fred, Dr. Watson. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we've got to be ready to build a motion. Who would like to start? Councilmember Biala?
I could start, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so the resolution here is a resolution of I motion to have the City Council of the City of Marina accept the real property of and improvements
Can you pull up the motion for them?
to Hilltop Park.
One moment, Kathy. I think staff is asking for the motion to be on the screen.
Yeah, I prepared a draft motion that the fire chief's going to pull up.
So it's complicated if he prepares the motion, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Just to help out.
He doesn't do it for the new Xerox
Make
machine.
a motion, let me read it first. Finds that the actions equal, okay, except the landscape, except the landscaped areas. Accepts the. Okay, it's pretty much exactly here. Okay, so I make a motion that the City of Marina does hereby incorporate the recitals as if fully set forth herein in their entirety, and one finds that the following actions are exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines. 2, accepts Hill Park accepts Hill Park, except the landscaped area as shown in Exhibit C, and accepts the landscape area subject to the City of Marina and Shea Homes entering into a separate improvement and maintenance agreement, Exhibit D for Hilltop Park, defining cities and Shea Homes obligation during the maintenance period. 3, authorizes the city manager to negotiate and execute the agreement subject to final review and approval by the city attorney. And 4, directs city staff to make appropriate steps to pay the Marina Coast Water District capacity change for the park, which shall be reimbursed to the city after 3 years. We need to have 3 years, right? And authorize the finance director to make necessary accounting and budgetary entries. And then these recommendations, which I kind of got garnered from our discussion, I don't know if they're part of conditions or whether they're just recommendations, but change the irrigation in the agreement to recycled water only and omit the potable irrigation, water irrigation, and to include a volunteer role in the maintenance plan with a city expert oversight, and consider the number and placement of irrigation spigots to be included in the maintenance plan, and to consider informational and educational signs in the park, and come back to council on the removal of equestrian presence in Hilltop Park. And I'd like to add also that we recommend a goal to support native maritime species as much as possible. I don't know if that's.
Second. Okay, the goal to support maritime chaparral species will mostly be the developer. I'm so sorry, the city, because it's a longer term goal. But we have the expertise in the city, and we will have it when we hire that city staff person. So it's a longer term goal, and we're already moving in that direction in area 3.
Right.
And I understand that you want to move in that direction, area 1 and 2.
Yes, and the reason why we can include it in here is because what you said is that we basically seed an area that primes the actual land in order to get to a place where the maritime chaparral will thrive. So I would like to see that somewhere in the wording here.
What you said was great.
Okay.
I just want everyone to know that it'll be the city's task. It's not in the next 2 years. We're going to go toward maritime chaparral. We're laying the groundwork to go there in the first 2 years, but it'll be on the city's ledger. And Don Hofer talked about not wanting to change the rules, and I don't think we've changed any rules tonight, and I'm not asking to change any rules. But I think one rule change is the city paying for all the water in the next 2 years. The city was never on the hook to pay for water in area 1 and 2. So if the city is to pay for water in either area 1 or 2, that is a rule change. And the reason we're asking for that rule change is because the developer refused to water it when they were strongly encouraged to water it. You can't succeed without water.
And we're going to be reimbursed for it anyway.
Not for the cost of the water every month.
Ah,
So we're picking up the developer's tab where the developer failed because the developer did not take just common street advice. You can't expect Hilltop Park to live.
That's just not right.
Don,
I'm
you're out
sorry.
of order. Don, you are out of order. I sat in a meeting, public meeting, city council, begging Don's team to irrigate. And they said, no, we're not going.
okay. So what we're saying is that we just need to move that expense
I'm not
over to
saying
the
that.
city. the
I'm just
responsibility.
saying, if you don't want to change the rules,
Okay. Yeah.
why is the city going to pay for anything in the developer responsibility? I'm not against changing the rules. I'm not against the city doing it.
And I
if
think
you
that
all-
Don Hofer would agree with that change. So I think we just, move that responsibility and funding over to the city side.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm not arguing that.
I don't think that Mr. Hover would find any objections to that as a change in roles.
Okay. The motion talks about Exhibit C. Can we all be sure what Exhibit C is? Is it the non-colored map? Guido, what is Exhibit 3, C?
Exhibit C is just showing accepting the hardscape.
Okay,
That's- yeah,
is this
that's-
Exhibit C that I'm holding up, Guido? Yes,
Mm.
okay, so that's Exhibit C. Okay, Exhibit D is the teeth. It's the agreement. It's the legal do's and don'ts. So Exhibit D is what we're going to rely on. Everything's got to be in Exhibit D. It can't be a staff report, you know. And so right now, Exhibit D does not refer to or incorporate Exhibit E. Exhibit E is the scope of work we heard about earlier. It includes that very informational, colorful map that talks about Area 2 being reseeded and weeded, et cetera. And that map is only part of Exhibit E because the rest of Exhibit E isn't in the staff report. So we were shown today that Exhibit E is really this 6-page memorandum that includes that very colorful map. And so I just want to make sure that when we talk about measured Exhibit D in the motion, that staff knows that we need to incorporate Exhibit E by reference, or else Exhibit E has no teeth. Likely also similarly, Exhibit F. Exhibit F is the consultant's report that's in the staff report, and it talks about things that Councilmember Adams brought up. Who's qualified to do what, plant maintenance, all these things, right? But Exhibit F, which is what I'm talking about now, is not referred to or incorporated in Exhibit D, except it talks about landscape plan. So instead of calling it the landscape plan, it needs to call it landscape plan, parens, Exhibit F. So we know what the landscape plan is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, just to clarify, that there is a reference and description to it. It's just not attached, but yes,
There's a reference to it in Exhibit D.
Exhibit C, yes, it refers to
Exhibit C. So
I'm
that's
sorry,
that.
no. In Exhibit D, it refers to Exhibit C as the maintenance plan.
Can you show me where that is? I believe you, but I just haven't seen it. Because it's kind of a detail that might be. I don't think a maintenance plan is in Exhibit D. Oh, here we go. Page 3 under number 8. So section F8, maintenance and improvements. It refers to Exhibit C and Exhibit B. Those are different than the landscape plan. It mentions the landscape plan, but it doesn't tell what exhibit it is. So you don't know what the landscape plan is.
So if you look it goes from page 1 over to page 2.
Oh, you're on the very start of the
Yeah.
agreement, okay? It says landscape plan, oh, Exhibit C sets forth the maintenance requirements, so that's mixed up. Because Exhibit C is not the landscape plan. So
No,
Exhibit
no,
C is
no.
this plan that Guido confirmed, so that's Exhibit
No.
D.
This is why we didn't want to add them to the agreement, because I think that they're the same exhibits in the staff report that are going to go into
Right,
the agreement.
right.
So refer to, yes.
Right, but when it says landscape plan at the top of what you referenced, top of page 12, second page of the agreement,
Mhm.
it should say in parens, Exhibit F.
Yes, if we refer to the exhibit F in the staff report, yes, we can do that.
Or
We
however
we
you
will
refer-
make it, yes, we
Right.
will make it clear that the maintenance plan will be in the agreement as well as the scope of work, both of which are currently part of the staff report.
Okay, my last point, suggestion gets into the weeds. If you look at the consultant's report, which is Exhibit F, it has a lot of color, pretty pictures of the weeds to be removed. There's nothing wrong with that. There's one weed that's a real problem up there that we have dealt with in Area 3 successfully. It's called sheep sorrel. It was referred to in the presentation as sheep soil, but it's a plant that's named sheep sorrel, and it should be included in this. There are areas where the developers went very aggressively to remove sheep sorrel in March, April of 2024, because it had taken over large areas. And it will take over large areas again if it's not included in this. But both the developer and the volunteers in their respective areas on Hilltop Park have dealt with sheep sorrel. But like any weed, you can't just do it once and walk away. And so my suggestion is that sheep sorrel be added to the list that's in the landscape plan, which is Exhibit F. And the last comment I have is not as an ask or anything. It's the revelation that I had after going to this site with Lisbeth 3 nights ago. The problem with areas 1 and 2, the number one problem is not bare ground, it's not natives, it's not non-natives. It's that all of the plants are shorter than 6 inches. That is because of poor soil and no water. And so you can meet the 3 criteria of bare ground, not exceeding too much, non-natives covering a lot of the area that you want, non-natives not there very much, and you'd be golden. But you're still going to have mostly brown looking, awful 6-inch or less tall, homogeneous landscape 10 months out of the year. And so what we're lacking that's not in the success criteria or anything else that we've talked about tonight is vertical structure. If you go to the dog park where it looks beautiful, you have trees, you have bushes, and you have irises, 3 different levels of plants. If you go to Area 3, where we haven't touched it, you have manzanitas and oak trees and short little shrubs and ground hugging plants. You have structure. If you go to Area 3, where the volunteers have worked very hard, you have large shrubs and you have a lot of short things hugging the ground like poppies. And you have big things that are growing that one day will give you that tree level. You will not get that in areas 1 and 2 unless, insane is when you keep trying something over and over again and you're not changing anything. So I think we're on a track to make area 1 and 2 have some vertical structure, but I think that is the main issue, that none of us can point to a park that we think is pretty, that's 6 inches tall or less, unless it's a grass field meant for soccer. Any other park you go to that has vegetation you like, whether it's the Dunes Shopping Center or Montage Wellness Center or HOAs, they have structure. They have trees, bushes, and ground-hugging plants. That's what's lacking in areas 1 and 2. So I think if you're going to be happy, if the community is going to be happy 10 years from now in areas 1 and 2, you got to have something that's taller than 6 inches. And the buckwheats and other plants that are doing okay in that area, they want to be 3 to 4 feet tall, but they're already mature, they're already blooming, and they're 4 to 6 inches tall because the site is so poor and has never gotten any water except for the rain. And so if you want something different in the future, you can't expect a degraded, abused soil with no water that's been tracked over with heavy equipment and scraped. You, like Lisbeth was saying, she couldn't even get signs into the soil to advertise an event. You can't expect the roots to penetrate and grow vertical structure. You're going to get what's there now, year after year after year. And that's something that's very short that won't probably satisfy anyone. Okay, sorry to ramble. I'm done for the night. Okay, let's go to, our city attorney is just keeping time. We have till 10 o'clock. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Yeah, I'm just hoping we can pass this motion before 9:57 and then we can make a second motion. So did we encapsulate the additions? I think there was one addition that I heard for sure, the sheep sorrow. My second would still hold for that.
And then making sure that Exhibit D has everything it needs as far as referencing other documents.
I don't want to speak for Councilmember Biala, but if she agrees, my
Yeah,
second.
I agree.
Yeah.
And second holds. Okay, so we want exhibit D to include? What are, can you list the ones that the D needs to include at this point?
I think staff gets it.
Okay.
We totally get
All
it.
right, okay, great. Okay, so that's our motion and those are
Okay,
recommendations.
City Attorney Renee
Yeah,
Ortega.
just do we need to take a motion to extend the time? Or are we gonna vote before?
Yeah, we're gonna vote before, but are we
Yeah.
done after we vote? Or do we have
Correct.
another thing? So let's make a motion. Let's finish this item because we're almost there. I think we're just ready for a vote unless anyone has any final comments, questions. Okay, Anita, do you want us to read the motion? Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. All right, thank you to Don Hofer. Thank you to staff, the public, Fred, everyone, council for wading through the weeds. Okay, so now let's make a motion where we want to go tonight. When do you want to adjourn? What's left, Lane? We have the consent agenda still.
The consent and the other two items, they can go really quick.
Okay, all motion, we go till 10:30 if necessary.
I second.
Any comment before we vote? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let's go to the consent agenda. Does anyone have any brief questions or wish to pull anything for deeper discussion? I'll motion we approve the consent.
I second.
Any comments before we? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with the 5 of us voting. And so we go to the Civic Plus matter. And who will lead us through that?
Tori's going to handle that.
Thank you, Tori, for being patient.
Good evening. I'm very excited to bring this item forward tonight on behalf of the Public Works Department and IT. This item is to consider approval of a citizen relationship management software system and an asset management work order system, and also to waive the formal bidding requirements and also to authorize the city manager to enter into the agreements subject to review by the city attorney. I'm sorry, I had trouble with my slide. Wait just a moment. Just to provide some background, this item was included in the fiscal year 23 and 24 budget. It was the #1 ranking item in providing a way for citizens to communicate potential concerns with city streets and street repairs, and also to receive updates on the progress of the repairs as they are being processed. But in addition to this, it also aligns with Council Goal 85 to implement more information technology improvements, which include a work order system. In addition to that, it also fits in with some of Council's long-term maintenance plan goals because the asset management system allows the city to maintain that information and schedules for maintenance on those. So to provide an overview, this process started in fall 2023, and the department worked with industry-leading vendors. There were 5 vendors invited for the base asset management work order system, and this was reviewed with the Public Works Director, the Assistant City Manager, and the Executive Assistant. There was a slight delay in this process due to some of the transitions with Public Works, but with our new Public Works Superintendent, both him and the Executive Assistant worked to really shepherd this process through. This includes reviewing the software packages with the Public Works maintenance staff to make sure that it was easy for them to operate, as well as meet the needs of the department. There was a final demo in the summer or fall of 2024, where the selected software package related to the communication with the department and with the residents was reviewed. And this was attended by the city manager, the executive directors, and a council ad hoc committee consisted of Mayor Delgado and council member McCarthy. In fall, we reviewed the final proposals and also conducted reference checks on the final software package. We're asking to waive the competitive bid process because going out for the software, they all had different unique functionalities. And by inviting some of the industry leaders, that was still a competitive process. They went through with scoring all of the items associated with the package, including the functionality, the ability for it to retain the long-term maintenance plans, the two-way communication so that residents could report an incident by using their cell phone app, and also being able to receive the updates. We also looked at user references and friendliness. Is it easy to operate? And also the ability for it to integrate with geographic information systems. So if they're at a site, it can automatically place a pinpoint where they're reporting the particular issue. And also have GPS. So the maintenance workers, when they're out in the field, if they receive a work order system, a work order, they can actually see the location where it's at and also mark it if they need to put more definition to that particular site. It also includes dashboards and reporting features. How robust were they? Looking at, does it produce the management reports that council would like? So while there wasn't a formal bidding process with specifications, there was a competitive process that involved looking at all these factors with the different vendors. So the software that was selected as the base unit or for the work order system and asset management was CityWorks. And while this isn't the best picture of what the graphic would look like, you can see where there's a place to enter a work cycle where something is done every 2 times a year, and also dates, and that in turn will remind the department when they need to do this particular type of maintenance. It also tracks repairs against a city asset. So if you were to work on a heater a number of times at City Hall, you can see how many times that was worked on and you'd have that history. And maintenance plans, as you can see with that cycle. Some of the things that it also will do is prepare management reports. While you may not be able to see the titles that well, one of them is reports by category and status. The other one, because it does have GIS capabilities, is it can overlay with our district maps and show how many calls are being brought in within a district and what is the status within that district. So if you wanted to look at those, you could see those as well. And these would be from the base unit in-house that they could produce. And it also increases productivity because the Public Works Department currently has a lot of paper documents. While they have a portal where you can request something, there isn't it following it through from the beginning of the call to the end. And so that's also a feature that was beneficial in this package. The next is See, Click, Fix. Several cities are using this product, and I was fortunate enough to implement a different package in another city, and we were impressed with the number of citizens that actually used it. At the end, we were able to produce a list of how many calls had come through, and it was just really amazing. And See, Click, Fix is part of the Civic Plus suite. We already have some packages with Civic Plus. So we had a good relationship. So we're just extending that relationship. It also has a custom app where not only can this app serve as a basis for a citizen to report a request, but it can also be like a portal to other city functions. So if we wanted to put a little button on it to link to, say, Civic Rec, where a resident can not only report a complaint, but maybe register for a class, it would have that all in a one-stop section. And what you're seeing here is like an uploaded sample picture along with the reported issue. And then on the other side is an example of the communication that goes back and forth. And one of the considerations was how well will it work with CityWorks, the base unit, because that's incredibly important. And there are 75 plus clients using both packages. So they integrate fully, and the Public Works staff and executive assistant did talk to some of the cities that were using both packages. So tonight, we're asking to approve 3-year contracts. The first year is approximately $80,000. And then ongoing cost is close to $61,000 for the remaining 2 years, for a total 3-year cost of about $204,000. One of the things we look at, and when we look at ongoing costs, is there sufficient ongoing revenues to support ongoing expenditures? And we took this into consideration. And if we considered that, as well as the two items that were approved at the last council meeting, including the 2 firefighters, and I believe it was body worn cameras, there would be still a $485,000 estimated annual operating surplus. And just right there is a sample of a city app. It would be something that they can download, residents can download from the App Store. And you can see on the side some of the little buttons that can be customized to link to other areas. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tori. We'll first go to the public. Is anyone here in the audience? No one standing. So let's go online. Carol or Mike or Min, do you have any comments on the Civic Plus software? Not seeing any hands being raised. We'll bring it to council. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank you for serving on a subcommittee for me on this issue and listening to my concerns. And I think we made a lot of progress and kind of helped each other work through what we were actually looking for in this item. I personally could not be more excited about this. I think that this success, however, will be totally dependent on staff's ability to field these requests and send them in the right place. And in some cases say, hey, heard you, but we can't do anything about it. It's logged, you know, here's your record number to prove that it's logged, right? I think people just want to be heard and know that their issues are being logged somewhere. Tori, you had used the word one stop, which I'm really glad. I personally, and I'm getting a little in the weeds, don't love the see, click, fix nomenclature. I don't think Civic Works requires that we use that. I would ask staff to consider maybe using something like one stop and just really creating a one-stop place where any resident can go to have their issue directed to the right place. Because that's one of the concerns I hear most is that our website's kind of a mess. You know, I want to do a permit or whatever, and I don't know where to go. And so I think one way we can work to resolve that is that they go to this one-stop app now, do their best to direct it in the appropriate place. But if they don't, then staff maybe can help redirect that on the back end. Like, oh, this is actually a recreation issue. We're sending it over to the recreation component. And so with that, I think that's kind of my only comment. I'm just really excited. This has the potential to really transform the way we do business in the city of Marina. I think it's going to burden, if you will, heavily Public Works. And to our new Public Works director, I say don't quit yet. It gets better. I promise you that tonight's was a little rough maybe, but I'm really excited, and I hope this is a project that your department takes and really gets behind and helps us transform the way we do business in the city of Marina. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm assuming that because Ishmael is you're just newly arrived, that's why Tori is giving the presentation. But it would have, if he were here more than a week, he might have been the one to present it, correct? A day. Okay. All right.
That is correct. They would have been involved. I'm involved from the IT side, but I would assume Public Works would have brought this forward.
Okay, great. And then question from Ishmael. I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but have you worked with these kind of systems before? I'm pressing you on your first day of work here.
I don't mind. Yes, I have worked with these types of programs before. I pushed for and then implemented a similar program in Danuba. It was a different company. We had a lower budget, so we had to go to the something that wasn't as robust as this, but this was my preference at the time. There are issues with implementation, as Councilmember McCarthy pointed out. Initially, we will likely get inundated with requests from the public. There will be a learning period. You might have 40 people reporting the same pothole, those kinds of things. And so there'll be a little bit of learning curve, but staff is prepared to stay on top of it. Our superintendent, Juan, has been a part of this from the beginning. So he's ready, his staff is ready, and I've already had conversations about this. So answering this question isn't a problem. It's a good thing. It fosters civic pride. The programs automatically communicate with the person that submits a request. So they submit a request for a sign, pole that's leaning over. And when staff receives that request, they change the status to scheduled, and the requester receives a notification that it's been scheduled. When we make the repair, or if we schedule a contractor or we order parts, all of those status updates automatically go to the person. So they're constantly receiving information. And I always say the public is more interested in being heard than being obeyed. So it really helps with all that.
Great. Thank you so much. One of the things that I was a part of when I was a national consultant is I had the ability to sit in for a large healthcare organization that had 500 employees, and they were switching from one IT program like this to connect, healthcare issues with the finance, with the, it was just one of these very complicated processes, and probably shouldn't have been privy to this information, but the IT salesman, because I was only a consultant, and he said to me in confidence that the previous one that they were using, which was a whole system like this, did everything that his did, but people didn't know. They didn't work with the old company to make that as robust as they could. And so they were going to spend millions of dollars with a new company and transfer all that, that system and processes. So I think what is the most important is that when we invest in something like this, that we expect that they're going to be additions to fit our specific needs, and that staff training has to be paramount. Because we think that the system is inadequate only because people have not been properly trained, or we don't know the extent to which the system has capabilities. And so I just want to say that, because that always stuck in my head, is that we are always thinking that what we have is inadequate, and then it's really because we didn't have the opportunity, or we didn't insist on making the system work for us. So just as an overall, from my experiences. So I do hope that in the contract that we have really generous and ample hours and costs dedicated to staff training, because that's really important. If people don't get it, they won't use the maximum capacity of what the system can actually do for us. So just my thought on that. And I don't know if we outline that in the contract.
In the contract, there is cost. There is cost set aside for full training for implementation, but there's also some additional costs set for additional training following the implementation, should the staff want it. And with the C-Click Fix software, they have ongoing annual webinar training so that people who are using the software can enroll in those at any time and get refreshers.
Great. And we should really maximize use of that. Because sometimes there's a hesitation to actually bring them back again and retrain, or, so we just better take full advantage of that. Let's see. The system is just wonderful. Thank you for mentioning that it was high on the priority list for council. I don't know how many, years ago we did that, but that was number one. So thank you, because that priority list is living in your testimony that we can get it done. So it really sounds so wonderful, but it's not, it's also, looking at all the maintenance and equipment replacement requirements, as well as, from the customer side, for reporting and stuff. So I think this is wonderful. But what I always think about is garbage in, garbage out. So, the maintenance system portion of this, it will be nothing if we only put in half of the things that need to be fixed, or if, it's just not complete, or so I think that, and Ishmael, that's probably your job. And I think from our city manager, Lane Long, he has reported that list has started. And so that is something that we're already managing, but it really, it has to be that everything that we know of that are assets to the city is in that, because now we have a system to be able to count for repairs and maintenance on all of it. So big and little, I hope that we can, put in as much information that this thing will really work for us. So thank you very much for researching all of this for us. This is like our dream come true. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And I too am really excited to see this and appreciate staff getting this to us. I just want to echo the training and making sure that staff, after implementation, I'm sure there's going to be software updates and all that stuff, just that staff pay that extra money and get that on demand, person. I know that sometimes they pay, they do charge a little extra to have somebody available or to chat or whatever. I just would really encourage that, that the city does that, especially with new staff or, public work staff coming online. I really think that, just sort of piggybacking on Councilmember Biala, it's like, what's the purpose of having these great tools if we don't know how to use them to their capacity? And so I just want to make sure that we have that. So thank you for this. I think it's going to be really exciting. I look forward to seeing, the push out to the public when it's ready and we're on board. And Ishmael, thank you for being so brave and already answering questions. That's great. And welcome to the city of Marina.
Thank you, Jenny. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I also am very enthusiastic, and I cannot believe that staff has worked without any of this digital help. I mean, it's amazing. But and I also agree that training is important, but being Dutch, I sent questions beforehand to ask. There's a 40-hour included in ad hoc support. Once the 40 hours have been used, it's $250 an hour. So I hope there will be a procedure about who is allowed to make the phone call to ask questions, because it might be cheaper to get a trainer in for the whole group instead of having individual people being charged $250. So, and also, of course, who is in charge of inputting the data, who's in charge, who is responsible for the masters, etc. I'm so happy that Ismail has already worked with similar systems. And thank you, Tori, for having answered my questions in advance of the previous meeting. And I asked, will the pavement management software be part of this? And that is too specialized, that will not. But the good news is they can, the information can be associated to the GIS street segments in CityWorks. So you can at least see the locations of the projects. So that will be very good. I was hoping it would all be integrated, but we'll wait, maybe in the future, next step. And what I forgot to ask, can it be used by the code enforcement officer to make violation notices automatic? Yep.
Yes, that would be an expansion, but the idea is to be able to use it for other topics as well. And one of them was code enforcement that we initially talked about with the other department heads.
Yes, because that it can save money, save time and money, but also you can include a photo. It makes it so much easier for people to understand what the issue is, why they're getting a letter. And okay, so I would like to end to say, now you have the calendar to put those inspections, those deadlines for the Hilltop Park, the water, the water charge, and the inspections for the warranty, the deadlines. Now you have a tool to put those in. So I'm very excited. So thank everyone who has worked on this, including our subcommittee, the mayor and Councilmember McCarthy. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I see two purposes for what we're talking about tonight. the first purpose that got us going on all of this was we didn't think that we were doing a very good job maintaining city assets, parks, streets, roads, number one. And number two, we didn't think that the public had a very good feedback loop with which they could report a pothole or whatever, and then have it done, and then have any feedback to them that it's done or when it's going to get done or it can't be done, but feedback. And so I understand that tonight's product will really do a good job if we do everything we've heard about training and to have a place for the public to report stuff and have those issues tracked. What I don't understand is the second piece, and I think Councilmember Biala was really hammering away at this, and Mayor Pro Tem agreed, that it be used to track our maintenance schedules. And so the last couple of times we've met in closed session, we've seen some non-confidential charts, one for grounds and one for public work facilities, buildings, I guess. And each page has about 10 to 15 rows. And each of these documents has about 10 to 15 pages. And so the number of rows might be 500 rows in my hands. And this doesn't yet get to all the parks. So when you get to the parks, here's a maintenance plan summary. Itself has a lot of rows on it. And I guess you would need that many rows for every park, Windy Hill Park, Log Padden. So you might be getting up to 1,000 rows of regular maintenance needs. So my question is this product intended to be the repository for all of these regular task maintenance needs that we do with Public Works or not?
I'll take it. The initial goals of this, of the maintenance, developing the maintenance for all of our really city infrastructure, parks, streets, facilities, that really was a separate goal. And as we worked on that, we tried to find a separate software program that addressed that. We're not successful. We've talked with different cities, and different cities frankly didn't do that. But what Councilmember Vishard asked is and Juan had developed just this schedule on just Excel. And so our intent would be to work with it on Excel program. But now that we have this, the question was, can this be incorporated into the system? And it absolutely can be incorporated into the system. I'm not sure exactly how the end result is going to be, but the goal is still the same as we want to track all of our infrastructure from facilities to roads to parks, and then have a very detailed schedule of the maintenance, the upkeep, the repairs, and everything that's done. And so the consultant said, yes, it has the ability to do that. Do you have any more to add on that, Tori?
Just that I am not certain if that's the same spreadsheets, but we did talk to Juan, our public works superintendent, and the goal was, can those spreadsheets be incorporated into the system? And they said yes. Maybe there might be some reformatting that needs to be done, but it sounded like they could.
Okay, so if the answer is yes, there's going to be 1,000 or more rows of regular tasks that have to be done. It would take a lot of personnel time to track and input the sequence of actions that are happening on all of those rows. So do we have the staff time in reality to do that?
I would say I am not familiar with the spreadsheet, but as part of the implementation process, they would be importing the spreadsheet into the software system. So the initial import would go through, and they may need to look at that spreadsheet to see if there are some variations in the data, like is there fields that cannot be tracked, and what are the importance of those fields? I think it would take into consideration the analysis of what might be in there. But that data that is in spreadsheets and the timelines associated with that data could be something that's imported and not require the initial entry.
Okay. So my last question is an example. the lights at different intersections get foggy, gritty, and the detections stop detecting cars that trigger the lights to turn green. And so a resident will call in and say, I sat at this intersection for 3 cycles and it never turned green. So I had to violate the law to get out of the intersection. And the staff response will be, that's because every once in a while, every 3 or 4 months, those get foggy, dirty, and they have to be wiped. So that would be a maintenance item at a particular intersection. And so the next time that someone calls in about that intersection with that issue, I guess someone would look on this system and say, did that happen? But to track thousands of issues without a customer saying there's a problem, I don't know if we would have the ability to track, so that the system is maybe outstripping our ability to track it, to follow it. And I'll just leave it at that. And go to our city attorney who's talking about 10:30.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's
Well,
keep that
that's-
clock in mind and go to Councilmember Vischer.
Okay, I'll just leave my comments. I'll talk offline. It's fine. Because
Council-
just basically, I think it's always the issue, how detailed do you go, and you need to be able to maintain it. But every street light has a number, every traffic light has a number. It will work out. And I'm sure that Ismail has worked with the authorities. I just start using the system and it will be good. Yes?
That was my comment. It'll be a work in progress. Every aspect of the system, from the work order part to using this C-click fix to the maintenance schedules. What we feel very confident is this is the program that will work for us, and we'll get it implemented. We'll get people trained, and then we'll start.
Yeah. Councilmember McAdams.
I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay, we have Councilmember Viola, but she'll comment after your motion.
Yeah, I'll second. And I just want to say computers are amazing and how much data they can hold.
We're laughing because she didn't make the motion.
Oh, she didn't? Oh.
You seconded it. Do we have a second? Do we have a motion?
Do you want to?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I move. Do I need to read all this, or can
No,
I just?
you can summarize 1, 2, 3, and 4 recommendations on.
Perfect. I move that we approve items 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the agenda report 13B regarding the CRM software from Civic Plus and City Works.
And I formally second it.
And Kathy, can you repeat what you said?
And I wanted to say that it's amazing about how much information computers can handle these days. So I don't think that the mayor needs to be worried about that. It can handle quite a bit of information.
No, I wasn't worried about the computer's
Oh,
capacity.
I'm just joking.
I was
but-
worried about the human's capacity to track of
Input.
everything in the computer.
Oh, but the computer will have to be inputted, but the computer will handle it and
Okay,
spit it out.
so
Yeah.
does the motion include approval of the resolution? I didn't see that in the 4 numerically itemized.
Yes.
Okay, so the 4 things plus the resolution. Any final comments before we go to vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Okay, what's left?
Commander Cox has been waiting here a long time. I'm just gonna make a
Okay, I'll motion we go to 10:45 if necessary.
Second.
We have one, and to only do this one item. So after this item for the Commander Cox, we'd be adjourning.
That's
The second hold?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you for being patient.
Great, thank
Commander.
you. Good evening, I'm here to talk about the Maritime Chaparral. All right. Good evening, everybody. So this is going to be really, really quick. I'm going to credit Edry because most of the images I'm going to show you today are from him. I'm going to talk today about Assembly Bill 413, which was regarding parking near crosswalks, within 20 feet of crosswalks. And this is a new remote, so it works. So AB 413 was signed into law in 2023 in October, and that created a new California Vehicle Code 22500, N as in Nora, and that prohibits parking within 20 feet of the vehicle approach side of any crosswalk that includes marked or unmarked crosswalks. and within 15 feet of a crosswalk extension or curb extension. Like I said, this includes painted or unpainted crosswalks and also includes anything with without any signage. This law goes into effect January 1st of 2025. Just a quick disclaimer that anything I show you tonight does not illustrate every option or every intersection of Marina that we're going to be having to enforce at some point. So I'm just going to give some basic examples, and unfortunately won't be able to cover everything. So this is just going to be basic knowledge that hopefully people will be able to understand the effects of this new law. So first here is an example of a basic intersection. So the first image here is the basic intersection. There's two marked crosswalks. And to be clear, the vehicle approach side is the side where on the lane of travel where the vehicle's facing is the vehicle approach side. The inside of the intersection is the opposite side. That's not in question because obviously no one's parking inside of the intersection. So within 20 feet of the intersection, no vehicle can park within there. And generally speaking, that's about 1 car length. And in these images, this is kind of a perfect example. Most curbs are more curved. And as you'll see on some actual satellite imagery, it's a little bit more harder to have actual vehicles parked there because they stick out in the roadway a little bit more. And in the next picture over, this is a one-way street. So in this image, you're going to see that you can't park on either side of the roadway. So generally speaking, on the opposite side, you wouldn't have that because you can park within 20 feet of the intersection on the opposing side because you're not blocking the visual approach for people walking in the intersection. So the next image here, this is why this law was put into effect. When a vehicle is parked that close to the crosswalk, you cannot see people walking into the roadway. So this is the foundational reason why this law is put in. So next here is this law placed into effect here in Marina. This is Ryan Avenue with a couple of cross streets. I tried to get an image of Ryan with the mayor's car parked near the intersection, but he was parked in his driveway, so didn't get it. So as I said before, these intersections are more curved. So you're seeing that 20 feet is actually mostly the curved curb line. And we're not getting as much of the actual parking space, but most cars are going to infringe on this 20 feet violated area. So even when it's not a four-way stop, not having a marked crosswalk, basically any intersection where people are going to be inclined to cross, that's going to be an area where people cannot park.
So real quick, on Phillips and Raindall, you have shown there toward the left of the screen.
Yes.
You said people are likely to infringe on that.
Mhm.
So that's not legal after January 1st?
That's correct.
So what will the police do when they drive down Raindall and they see a car parked there?
Well, I can't jump ahead. That's
Okay.
That's my big finale. We're not going to Tarantino this, you know. So this is going to be the most confusing aspect. And as you know, we have a lot of cul-de-sacs in town, mainly in the Preston Park and Abrams Park area. And this part here, people park on the streets quite often because driveways are small and there's very limited off-street parking. But this area right here is an intersection where a crosswalk is considered. So that area there, that curved area is considered where this law would be in effect.
Are you talking about the right side or left side?
Both.
I don't understand the right side because it looks like it's over grass and a driveway.
Right, but someone that is still a roadway. I mean, the red marks are just overextended, but the roadway.
Oh.
Yeah. Makes more sense.
Yeah, if you were to turn right on either of those examples.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it would be violating anything, but it seems like it should because it's within 20 feet of a crosswalk.
Correct.
Okay.
So in theory, you drive down the straightaway, make a left, make a left, make a left. That's why it's considered that way. So you're making the big loop. That's why it's a crosswalk, or that's why it would be a violation. Sorry, but the crosswalk is for people just crossing there.
So if you were to turn right onto Banholtz, is there 20 feet of curb you can't park there?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to walk over here.
And right there, turn right. Yeah. Okay. That was my question. So you can't park where the 20 is, and you can't park around the corner after you turn right.
No, this part you park here.
Oh. Okay. So if the driveway wasn't there, you could park on Banholtz within 20 feet of the crosswalk. So, okay, you're leaving a crosswalk, you're not approaching a crosswalk. Okay.
Because you wouldn't be driving. I mean, it's a tight roadway, but technically there's 2 lanes of travel. It's on a one-way street, so you could park on that side of the street if it wasn't a driveway, technically. All right. So lastly, for our community outreach for this, first and foremost, come January 1st, Marina Police Department is not going to go out and start writing tickets for this violation. Our most important thing is to educate the public on this new law and make sure that everyone's aware of it. We have a huge population or huge community of apartment complexes and not enough parking spaces, off-street parking for those locations. So a lot of people parking on the streets, and you go out there and drive there right now, particularly because it's nighttime, people are parking right up to those stop signs, to those intersections. So what we're doing right now, actively, we have our officers reaching out to apartment complexes. The management are getting flyers to hand out to all of their tenants. Homeowners associations are getting flyers, and they're being business complexes are also getting the same flyers. Additionally, we're posting stuff on our social media and our website. And when this law goes into effect, we're going to be issuing these warnings first. We're going to have a time frame of warnings, and we're not sitting forth saying the first 60 days, first 90 days, people are going to get warnings. Repeat offenders will escalate to citations, but we're not setting forth saying this many warnings or this many days. It's just this point, it's about education and making sure that people are aware of the new law, because the fact is the law does not require the curbs be painted, does not require signage. So it's making sure that when a law goes into effect like this, people know about it. So with that, the community is encouraged to reach out to us if they have any questions. They can also reach out to you guys, and you guys can reach out to us. And if you guys have any questions for me.
Let's go to the public. Not seeing anyone in this room. Anyone online wish to comment on the crosswalk parking law? Not seeing anyone raise their hand. Let's go to Councilmember Viala.
Do you have an example of the flyer you're going to be putting out? Because like on the citation, so worry, they're not going to get it from reading that. But what kind of pictures do you use?
We're utilizing the photographs provided by the engineer.
Okay.
Because
got to be real simple and like
as basic as possible.
Yeah, and really exemplary of exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
It's two-sided. It outlines all the laws, all the verbiage of the assembly bill, and then on the backside it has all the photographs.
Are you dropping it off at you said apartment complexes, but what about homes and stuff like that? Are we doing?
We're not going door to door.
Okay.
We don't have the the manpower to do something like that.
Because it is amazing. I had no clue about this thing coming up, but it's amazing to me how frequent I see it on residential, not so much, apartment complexes, but it's amazing people do that, and their car is literally sticking
Out,
into the. It's just, so I'm glad that this is happening, and it'll be just really a matter of enforcement after a period of time of transition. Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I'm mixed on this. In a way, I'm glad it's happening, but I think it places a burden on you now to determine that clearly not all crosswalks are created equally, right? I mean, there's a lot of crosswalks that get zero traffic, quite frankly. And I wouldn't expect the police department to enforce, parking on something that's not a danger. So I hope the legislator goes back and kind of writes some clarity into this law that helps you do your job. Yeah, I'm just kind of voicing concern. I think that there are impacts to affordable housing, and that's unfortunate. And I think we're going to have to just be that much more careful in our planning commission and our developments about, I mean, if we enforce this at every single potential in the city of Marina, we could lose thousands, if not more, parking spaces. So, but yeah, just kind of a comment. That's it. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. And something I think about, especially in the high density living, is the parking problems. And so I appreciate the effort of education first. And so with that, I would suggest that the notices be in Spanish, maybe on the other side, or a QR code to other languages, something like that. And then just curious, so how much is a parking ticket, like a first time parking ticket? And then does the city administrate, is the administrator of the parking tickets, or it goes to the courthouse?
It's through the city. We have a contract through a company that handles all, but it's through our city. Because it's a new law, I don't know what the violation cost is.
Okay. I mean, something for us to consider is, I don't want to see people like going into collections because they have, 2 and 3 parking tickets, who are probably households that would be impacted the most. So if you could just sort of keep that open-minded, or maybe, I don't know if that needs to come to council later, but I don't want to negatively impact people's credits, et cetera, over, parking tickets. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Very clear. I missed the chaparral, but coming from a country where you were never allowed, when I was young, it was always a law. You cannot walk up to an intersection. Doesn't matter, left, right, coming, going. You don't park at a corner. And it's a safety issue. It's really a safety issue. And I agree that it will affect mostly the people who don't have driveways like I do. But it's also, we also know if you don't enforce, people will not follow the law. So will you keep track of who receives a warning? And
Yes. So what you didn't see on that is there's a bottom part that when we fill it out, we rip it off and we keep that and it's entered in our system. So we're aware who's receiving a warning and how many they get and that sort of
so
thing.
after a couple of warnings, now we need to be serious. So it's tough, but okay, it's all about safety. So and I agree with the more languages will be good, maybe at least on the flyer, if you cannot do it on that little yellow thing, but do a QR code and yes. Thank you very much.
All right, all motion, we go till 10 till to finish this item?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, my only question, can you bring up this slide that has the example of the citation?
Sure.
And that, this is a little bit of, cover my rear. The 4 boxes that you can check. The first box says the name of the law, section 22500. And my question is, can you add the words new state law, parens, section 222, et cetera, CVC parens, so that they don't get mad at us so much.
Yeah.
That new state law prohibits. But if you just give the section citation, I would assume that Marina decided to implement this law.
We can look into that. My only concern with that is when we purchase these, we purchase them in large batches and it's not gonna be a new law forever. And so,
Sure.
but we are referencing, this is not, has not been printed yet. And we're working on that now. But
Maybe just saying state law.
exactly. And that's what the CVC stands for, is the
But-
California
but
Vehicle.
people- I
No,
don't know
and this is just what I put up there for our example for tonight, but it has to be listed as a California Vehicle Code. So it's going to be listed as a California Vehicle Code.
Right, and I'm not suggesting, I'm just suggesting putting that in parens.
Yeah.
And then saying state law ahead of it. Okay.
Definitely.
All right, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Yes, I know you have to equally, enforce the law, no matter who, but to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer's point, safety is the number one thing, but like at Preston in Preston Park, for example, the examples that you gave, there's not like a perpendicular crossing, like the ones that I'm talking about where I go, whoa, that's dangerous. And I'm going like this, that's priority to me, not curved ones where, you pretty much can see around the corner because they're, very widely. But I'm talking about four-way stops, where it's at an intersection and there's 90-degree angles. That's dangerous to me.
No, I agree. But on Councilmember McCarthy's point, the way the Assembly bill is written, we don't have
I know. Discretion.
discretion on that.
Yes.
It's written as it's written. So
Yes.
we have to, as you said, apply the law as equally as possible.
Right.
So I'm a little confused because I think if we're all concerned about a certain location, you can paint it red, whether it's no matter the circumstances, right?
Mm.
So
But
Yeah.
well, it's good.
Right. Under the new law, it's correct. We don't have to paint it. However, it doesn't prohibit us from painting. it.
Correct.
So if Kathy is worried about a particular intersection being dangerous, whether it's a crosswalk, whatever,
Correct.
she can say, hey, TAC, please consider red striping this,
Absolutely.
irregardless of this law.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it can be painted, yes.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Thanks. So I'm just kind of looking at 10th Street, which is in front of the Spring Hill Suites, and there's like all these bump outs. There's maybe 8 spots, but on the entire block, my limited understanding from what I've read is that entire street now becomes no parking because every bump out is parallel to a. And I could be here all night coming up with examples. I'm sure and it'd be a lot of fun, and I'm sure
Right.
staff would love me
I've
for
spent
it.
a lot
but
of time. I've spent a lot
I-
of time looking at the different streets. Absolutely.
I guess my bigger question is staff gonna look at just like marking off those spots now so that people don't even, why have those spots if every spot is a ticket?
Yeah. Well,
Right.
it would save me a lot of complaints, I'll be honest with you, but because when we do ticket vehicles, we take photographs of them. And there's going to be a lot of complaints when they do move to citations, I'll be honest, but it's something that's going to be contentious. Absolutely.
Yeah, so and I don't need an answer tonight, but I just think it's something that I think we need to think about because I'd be pretty ticked off if I parked in what looks absolutely like an inviting parking spot to come to find out that it's not, right? Like,
And we're going to do our best to make sure our officers are very well aware of the law and what's the clear understanding of what is a crosswalk and what's not, so that they know which vehicles should be cited and which should receive a warning and which is legally parked.
thank you.
And Councilmember McCarthy, my question to you is, if that bulb out gets 30 courtesy notices, don't you think that might trigger police to ask Public Works to red stripe it? So no one ever gets a ticket there unless they violate a red curb, which you and I wouldn't do.
Right. So yeah, but probably, but then it looks terrible, right? And it's like, well, why is there this spot there that's all marked off? So it just begs a lot of questions. And then what happens when the law changes, right? Like, so.
All right, we got 1 minute left. So you want the last word, Elizabeth? Then we'll go to.
I always like to have the last word. Red paint needs to be maintained, and it's
Well, we have Civic Plus now. Okay, someone want to make a quick motion here? We don't need a motion to receive the police department report. Thank you very much, Commander Cox.
Thank you.
And thank you everyone for the whole evening, all the food spread, whoever's in charge. Thank you for that. And we're adjourned.